Hello, and welcome to Media Musings. So this week, we will be uncovering the full Monty.
So come in, sit down, put your feet up, have a cup of tea, love, and you can keep your hat on.
Yeah.
Just say myself and Ring are not planning on stripping today, so you're okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So happy Yorkshire Day.
Yeah.
Technically it's tomorrow, but you know what can you do? Well, technically it's Tuesday, but what can you do?
Yeah. And also, usually as we've started this recent trend where if there is a plugged in article available, we'll take a look at that review before we get into it proper. For those of you who aren't aware, Plugged In is Focus on the Family's censorship guide disguised as a review service. While they did have a review for the reboot TV series, they didn't have a review for the movie, which is what we're actually covering. So,
okay, can I just point out that no self-respecting right-wing Christian nut is going to look at a film that's literally called basically Getting Your Clothes Off, and we mean all of them, and think they need to be told that they shouldn't let their kids watch that.
Well, so you know that that being said, you know that knocked off Plugged In that did the article on why Christians shouldn't go to the Barbie movie. That blew up on. They did a review of the full Monty, but I didn't look into it because
knockoff.
Yeah, knockoff.
Yeah, although most things are in Yorkshire, so that'd fit right in actually. Right. I need to say something because I can hear it and it's doing me nothing. We've just watched this film. I'm from 40 miles north of where this film's based. That's why I sound like this right now. Because my brain's still in Yorkshire gear. But halfway through the stream, you'll notice I'll stop with a glottal stop and I'll ease off on it. Because I'll be used to talking to at least one American again and at least one Southerner again. So yeah. This is what I sound like, folks. This is me trying to tone it down.
I can tell you now that there was a guy, and I used to work in a pub like when I was about 18, and there was a guy from Yorkshire who used to drink in there. And anytime he'd start talking about home, the Yorkshire accent would get a lot thicker.
Yeah.
And then, but also he spent he spent a little bit of time in South Africa. And whenever he started talking about his time in South Africa, it would start sounding a bit like a South African. It was weird how he did.
Million for it, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I say this fully aware of the hypocrisy of myself, right? But Yorkshire folk, we get all over the world. And the thing, you know how you can tell a Yorkshire person who doesn't live in Yorkshire? Because, first of all, they'll tell you. Just wait, they'll tell you. But second, right, every Yorkshire person who's left Yorkshire, loves Yorkshire, do anything for Yorkshire, except fucking well live here. Yeah. I see it in Facebook groups, like Yorkshire Facebook groups, and you've got frigging people in bloody America and Canada and all. I love Yorkshire. When last did you come back? 1987. Fuck off.
I mean, to be fair, me going over there was plan A.
Yeah, that was plan A, to be fair. Oh, God only knows what I'm going to do without a decent cup of tea. If I drink tea. I don't. I'm the worst Yorkshire person. I don't drink tea and I don't like cricket.
You're going to have to... Yeah.
I'll have to adopt a whippet to make up for it. I can hear it.
I see. I'd hate to do like stereotypes of people, but I think the Monty Python were onto something with the 4 Yorkshiremen.
They bloody well were,
Yeah.
and we leave.
And to be fair, Michael Palin is a Yorkshireman himself, so
Yeah.
I think he could get away with it.
So,
yeah,
ironically, that this does have a bit of a link to the. Hold on.
yes. Don't worry, I'll be sending you a shopping list, love. Don't forget, you need your passport to travel from Manchester to Leeds because you're crossing the mountains. Then you need your passport to get to the US when you come to find me. just make sure.
But anyways,
don't. Yeah.
Ironically, or not ironically, but interestingly enough, this movie does have thematic ties to the movie we covered last week.
Which movie did we cover last week?
Chirac.
Chirac. Yeah. Poor rundown place with people who've got no life, no hope, and no jobs, trying to do something about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of the same. And this is why, like, I see a lot of stuff coming out of America about the struggle of African Americans, especially Black Americans.
Yeah.
And I look at that and I think, yeah, like, we might not be Black, but yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Like, it's very, very similar.
So
from a class perspective, like, if you want to do a Marxist reading on it, I'm sure you could.
Yeah. Well, that is, the thing that we do have to, kind of point out is that, like in America, the class system is a lot more racialized than it is in the UK.
Yeah, like, if you're British, you can be Black, you can be Asian, and when we say Asian, we mean Middle Eastern, not quote unquote Oriental.
Yeah,
I don't like that word because that's a colonizer word, but you know what I mean. Like,
not East Asian.
Yeah, we mean East Asian. Yeah, we mean Middle Eastern when we say Asian. You can be Asian, Indian. You can be from anywhere and be any class, unless you can't be right top class and be anything but a pasty white blue-blooded Brit, preferably like having gone to Eton and buddied up with Boris, but that's a totally different kettle of fish.
Yeah.
Like, for 95% of the social structure in Britain, you'll find people of all races at every class.
Yeah. Now we won't go into it too because we already covered this a few weeks ago about why our current Prime Minister isn't necessarily a good example of. Anyway, yeah,
millionaire pretending to be a poor boy, talking about how he wants to protect our women. Fuck off, we ain't your women, bud. I have opinions about our Prime Minister. Get me pissed and I might share them. You don't have to get me that pissed. I'll do it sober. You all know I'll do it sober, you know me. Yeah. Believe it or not, I'm sober now. That was my first drink, and that's mostly tonic. So, yeah. Right. This film. Sheffield. Scummer. Right, what you've got on this stream is really interesting because we've got Scummer who remembers this era. Like, I remember it, but I was freaking knee-high when this film came out. Yeah. And you've got Scummer who remembers it and who probably remembers, I don't want to insult you, but I assume you remember the 25 years before then when Sheffield was
not quite. No.
You might have been a kid, but...
I let's put it this way. I wasn't born when that public information film at the beginning of this movie was made.
So that would have been, what, 72, 70?
Yeah, I was born at the very, very tail end of 79, literally days before.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So a bit before your time. But...
Yeah, 72, that public information film at the start of this movie was made.
So we get this public information film, and it's clearly geared towards Americans, right? Because no fucking English person talks like that announcer.
Well,
Excuse the smoke, folks. I'm burning incense.
Also, no Englishman calls, football soccer.
Exactly. Right. So it's clearly aimed at the bleeding Yanks.
But actually, to be fair, actually, back then, that soccer was used a lot more by British people than perhaps it is nowadays. So
maybe in the 70s, I don't know, but by the 90s, we were arguing, no, it's football, and we will argue with the bloody Americans that it's football.
Yeah. There's a bit of history behind that term that why, but it's a side issue. But let's just say British people shouldn't be so bloody argumentative over.
No, we shouldn't.
They really shouldn't be.
Thing is, right? It's really telling that because late 90s, that was right when American culture was coming into the UK, and we were starting to pick up on Americanisms. Like in 97, you didn't say okay, you said all right. No, you didn't say all right, sorry, you said okay. And just little things that switch over. In 97, if you'd talked to someone about the pants, you weren't talking about the trousers, I promise. And of course, now we've got another one who it's before their time. Hiya, Chaos.
Hey up.
Hey up. So yeah, what you've got
that's really upping the Yorkshireness here now.
Yeah, it's a pissing contest. War of the Roses here, because someone crossed the border.
One of them.
It's not my fault my Yorkshire family couldn't stick there. We were just saying about that.
But yeah, so what you've got is you've got me who's northern, lives 40 miles from Sheffield. Like I can get on a train and be at Meadowhall, the big shopping centre it shows where the Asda is, in like half an hour, not even that. And that's with northern trains. And you've got Scummer, who kind of will remember the late 90s a lot better than I will.
Yeah.
And will remember the state of the North in the late 90s. Still the state of it, but the state of it before Tony Blair came in.
Yeah. I mean, just set the era here. This is 97. Like this is the year I think this film came out just before the Conservative government was voted out. It was around that sort of. It was certainly made before then, but this is, as I said as well, this is the height of when we had something like in this country called New Lad culture. A lot of the TV programs on there, they're like. It was kind of, in a way, it was kind of guys being bloody, well, dumbasses, but being guys, you had like Baddiel and Skinner doing fantasy football, and men behaving badly, shows like that.
Yeah, Shameless.
Yeah.
It was what would become 10 years down the line. It's what they'd call chav culture. The lads did it first.
Yeah,
like the lads did it without having to wear knockoff Burberry.
This is the I mean, I think, so one of the things I think we should probably say right away: this film is a product of its time. So
oh yeah, very much so.
If you do go and watch it, obviously bear that in mind with some of the things that are said or whatever in this movie. Bear that in mind. It is a product of its time, yet in a lot of ways, strangely progressive as well.
Yeah. Like this film, right? What I like about this film is it tells you what the North is really like. Because like the North hasn't changed much since then. Straight up, it's not changed much. You still get the same sort of conversations, the same sort of slang terms, the same casual sexism, homophobia, little bit of racism thrown in, although that's less so. You still get all that. And yet the same people who will casually drop slurs into conversation in the middle of the street kill and die for you.
Yeah.
Even knowing that you are exactly the slur, it's such a strange beast is Yorkshire. Like, because Yorkshire, like, we trace back to the Vikings, the Romans made it to Yorkshire and not much further. Like, they established at York and then tried to get up into Scotland, and the Scots beat them back. And Yorkshire was about the top of where the Romans made it to, realistically. Like, they made it up to Newcastle and they built the wall, but They didn't do much between York and Newcastle.
They had a brief little excursion into Scotland to try and build a second wall, but they left that pretty soon.
They're sending their
Yeah.
Picts.
Yeah. So like Yorkshire, really strong history, really strong regional pride. Like when I talk about they should make Yorkshire a republic, folks, I'm not joking. I'm not joking. I'm not taking the piss. I'm saying fucking you don't have to wall it off because like outsiders don't come to Yorkshire. They will scare them off with whippets. We'll set the crayons on them.
I mean, it is the biggest county in England, geographically as well. I think.
See, my qualifier would be: could you guys take back some of the places you guys used to have first? Because like where I am, people still put addresses for Greater Manchester, Lancashire, and Yorkshire because it used to be all of them at some point.
Yeah. So what we need to do is expand and then take on the Londoners. I'm thinking Civil War Part 2. No, I'm not. I'm really not. Because the North suffered under Cromwell and the Civil War and everything. Really suffered.
I'd sort of do a sort of reverse Rwanda policy, but we just send all all of our Tories and whatever. We just deport them to the Isle of Wight, and they can't leave.
I'm going to put bloody Tories on a plane to Rwanda. Bring immigrants up here. We've got work for them. We ain't actually, since Maggie Thatcher fucked the place. But what can you do? Drink. Yeah. We mentioned Thatcher.
Yeah, and obviously this plays into where this movie starts. That's a good segue.
Yeah. Because this is right. This is 25 years after Thatcher. That's what this movie's saying. Like, before Thatcher, Sheffield, steel centre of the world, right? Best steel. Still really well known. I think they've got like 2 steel factories left there, and they're like tiny little ones that make like kitchen knives and shit. Like, they don't make big industrial stuff because Chinese came in and bought all the gear, and when the fucking new labour sold it off cheap to the Chinese and Taiwan and everywhere. So they've got all the equipment to build, and of it, power to them, if they can do it. But New Labour sold Yorkshire downriver, basically. And you see in this film the difference between... It's like we were talking before, and we were comparing it to like Detroit or Pittsburgh in America.
Yeah.
Like, that's the level of... And you got to realise, Sheffield's 40 miles south of where I am. It's 70 miles east of Manchester.
Yeah, east of Manchester.
Ish. It's further north than Manchester, but east-ish.
So northeast-ish.
Yeah. So this little area, like, there were a point where you had Sheffield doing the steel, Bradford doing the cotton, and you had Manchester doing the other linen and stuff. You had Wakefield that had the pits and Dewsbury that had the pits. So we had everything, right?
Yeah,
Yorkshire, easily self-sufficient.
I mean, literally, like a good portion, probably 60% of Britain's heavy industry was in the north of England. It was, it was like I said, the coal, the coal mines, steelworks,
North Sea oil
before that, the textile industry,
Yeah, all textile, going back to 1800s, this. But even North Sea oil in Hull. And I'm saying Hull, and I'm forcing myself to say Hull because my accent goes Hull, and you should know what that means. But,
I'm a southerner, so I say Kingston upon Hull.
Kingston upon Hull.
Yeah.
If you want to wear it with a glottal stop, just tell me to repeat it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a proud working class place. People are proud that they grew up, they went down pit, up mill, where they went wherever they went, and they earned an honest living, and they didn't ask for more. They just wanted an honest living and a safe live. That were it, right? Like, they weren't There were none of these people trying to make it rich, no fucking Elon Musk types. Because people understood this is the industry here. If you don't like it, get on a fucking bus and go down to London, see if you can make your way down there. You know, that was just how it worked. There used to be like my mum were a seamstress up at Dana in Bradford in like the 80s. There was still, you know, they were sewing dishcloths and stuff up there. Even that's gone now. My old man's an electrician, used to work on all the old machines for the looms and stuff. So it's more recent than you'd think, right? Is what I'm saying. Like in a generation, it's gone. Like my parents were taught sewing and like electrics and stuff because that was the industry they were expected to go in. When I were at school, I was taught bloody typing and how to answer a phone because all that's left in Bradford is fucking call centres. Imagine working in a call centre with this fucking accent. That's why I can switch my accent off so much most of the time, folks, because I worked in a call centre for 7 years. I bloody well had to. You know, can you imagine some poor person just arrived down in London, just immigrated or refugee coming in down south? Yeah, don't speak a word of English. Ring up the bank and get me on phone. The stories I could tell you.
See, I definitely feel that. Especially because I don't notice your accent because that's just where we're from.
Mm.
And so, especially when we're on stream together, I have to watch myself for really slipping into it.
Yeah, it's like I can probably switch it off at this point, folks. Like, it's been long enough, but I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it for this stream because I'm quite enjoying it.
I'm weird. I'm a bit of a weird outlier where I am because people actually think that I come from the West Country because of my accent.
I mean, you do sound a little bit Farmer John.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I've got very. It's sort of dying out like the Hampshire accent. This is. I've kind of very much got that. It's, I've got very. This is Ring to explain my accent in this is the equivalent of like a yokel accent. Okay,
it's the equivalent to a hick accent in America. Yeah.
So it's an equivalent of talking about down in the homeboys with your big old chaw tobacco and.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we're both
I'm a love UK, so that's a boom Harry King Hill man.
Yeah, we're both different brands of hick. And to be honest, right, you don't have to explain your accent, scummer. I played Ring the Wurzels while they were here. Farmer Bill's cowman.
There's a national treasure, the Wurzels.
Yeah,
oh, absolutely.
So,
see.
We're talking about a 1997 movie called The Full Monty. And
all right, so we've talked around the context, right? But basically, the premise of this film, you've got Sheffield's gone to fucking dogs. There's no work. Last steel factory's been laid off. There's no work. Guy owes his wife like 700 quid in child support, which 700 quid, let's be clear, it's a month's wages. It's not fucking, it's not no.
Let's be clear, we're in 1997.
Yeah, it's not no.
Well,
700 quid's easily a month's wages.
It is 700 quid's a couple of months' wages in 97. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's still half a month's wages now. But. And he needs this money. And Chippendales come to town and all women go to see him. And I don't know who the Chippendales are. I'm not going to describe them the way he describes them in the film because he uses an homophobic slur. But they're a bunch of guys who get the kit off for cash. They're strippers. Might eat your heart out.
To be fair, that's something we don't actually have to explain for Americans because they're an American dance troupe. But
but there's no guarantee people know who the Chippendales are because it's one of those things, isn't it? And these guys get it into the Reds if we're going to do a rip-off. We're going to do the Chippendales. We're going to one night only, hot steel, hot metal, 5 of them. And it follows them through of how they all meet up and they practice the dancing and everything they go through until the big show.
Yeah.
That's the basic premise, right?
Yeah.
And yes, the dick jokes and the ass jokes, and yeah, they're all in there. Eat your heart out, except don't, because the rule is you don't touch when you're watching strippers. Just, you know, if the club says no contact, then no contact, folks. Don't ask me how I know that. I know a lot of. In 2023, we don't call them strippers. We call them dancers. I know a fair few dancers. You know, if the club says don't touch, keep your hands off. So yeah.
Yeah.
And then it's all about train spotting. It's interesting you mentioned it because Robert Carlyle's in this movie. So
yeah. So that's the basic premise, and we open up to this public information film about Sheffield, right?
Yeah.
About Sheffield 25 years before the Detroit at its height, right? Detroit wishes it was Sheffield. Like how much money were flowing through that city. And the come down's been about as bad.
yeah.
It's very telling
you know,
in this film.
Like, once again, you know, like last week, we are talking about a community that has been completely abandoned by their wider country.
Not necessarily by wider country, but definitely by people in power and people signing the checks.
By the system.
Yeah. Like, you can look at Sheffield, right? If you look at Sheffield and the way Sheffield collapsed, which you see in this film, can you understand why cities like Sheffield voted for Brexit? What the fuck did Europe do for us?
Yeah.
Europe left us like that. You know? And it's not about immigration and it's not about being racist. It's about the fact that, you know, whether they're in London or whether they're in Brussels, those Ponzi gits in the government don't have a fucking clue what it's like living north of Watford Gap. And that's what it was. Like,
Take a drink, Brexit came up.
Yeah, and a lot of it was anti-Tory feeling with Brexit as well, because the Tories put the North into that situation and the Tories were backing Brexit. Yeah, and David Cameron was backing the Stay campaign. So it was a lot going on, but if you get
by the way,
Leicester,
so
don't
Boris,
people are racist if they voted out, because they didn't, and they're not. Go on.
I was going to say, by the way, so Boris Johnson was pro-Europe until he realised it was going to be more opportunistically good for him if he suddenly became a Brexiteer. So,
Johnson was just a prick. Like, no one, like, I'm not being, I'm in the North. I'm in an area that voted out. I voted out. I didn't vote out because of Johnson and his fucking bus. I voted out because when I go out in the morning, I can't get a fucking bus.
Yeah.
That's the difference, folks. And that's how it is up here. And you really see the grime and the dankness of being in the North. We have all this industry. Like, there's still soot on the walls from the 1800s in some cities.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? There'll be DNA testing that shit and finding like the mill owner from the 1730s or something.
That's how I loved the very intro to this kind of film. Is that, I mean, okay, they're kind of trying to rob a couple of old steel girders from the factory because they know they can get like 20 quid each for them. Yeah, but the whole sort of scenery of them trying to get across, like the old canal there, and the dust. You see the ruins of these once great factories that were, you know, and you just see this absolute ruin in like this wreck of a car that someone's dumped into the canal, and you know.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? Also, you can tell it were the 90s because much earlier in the North, and everyone had been driving Reliant Robins. That's a different joke for a different time, but. If you're ever in Yorkshire, folks, and I know you're not gonna, if you're a tourist, you're not gonna stop in Sheffield or Bradford. You might stop off in York. Do yourself a favour. There's a 1-hour cruise in York that leaves like 3 or 4 times a day, goes up and down the river. Just go on it and just look at how many of the buildings on the riverside are all factories and everything else. Because like York, if you use the canal system in Britain, you can get from York to London without ever going on dry land. And the river system.
Wow.
So, and all the buildings that are now pubs and nightclubs and apartments and fucking office blocks, they've all still got the facades of the old factories, and some of them have still got the signage up of what they were and the warehouses and what have you. So do have a look, because that history is really in the north is really like, even York's a Tory stronghold, and even York had Terry's and had Roundtree's there at one point. They were the big chocolate factory and the big sweet factory, the candy factory.
Yeah.
Yeah. Halifax has still got the quality streets are still made in Halifax. It's one of the last, decent frigging factory jobs left in Yorkshire. And even that is right on the canal as you come into Halifax. You've got to cross a bridge to see it. And if you come in on the train, you see it. You cross the bridge and it's there. So Sheffield's, I keep comparing it to Detroit. And the reason I'm comparing it to Detroit is because when our media goes to Detroit like every so often when they need poverty porn, right? They just do. Yeah. Right? They need poverty porn, but it can't be English poverty porn because that's too close to home. So they go to Detroit or they go to New Orleans.
Yeah.
If American media did that, they'd go to Sheffield, they'd go to Wakefield, they'd go to Bradford, they'd go to... Well, they probably won't go to Manchester because that's all been done up. But
well, they might not go to Manchester, but they might go to certain places around here.
I mean, well, the thing about the states is, how every state is its own mini country almost.
Mm.
We still go to Detroit.
Yeah, but like the Americans go to, but so do Brits.
Yeah,
and they go, and we look at Detroit like we see TV shows that go to Detroit all the time, right? Grand Tour went a couple of years back, and they were talking about you can buy a house for $1,000 because there's fuck all here. 4-bed house front and back garden, $1,000. But who the fuck wants to live in Detroit?
Yeah.
Yeah. You could have easily put Sheffield, Wakefield, Dewsbury, Bradford, parts of Halifax, Bradford again, because Bradford. Shut up, I live here.
Yeah. Because the industry went to, cheaper areas with laxer worker regulations and left fuck all for anyone else to do.
Yeah. Like the power of the unions was in the north. Like the unions, like when Arthur Scargill went up against Maggie Thatcher and the country and the strikers were out for a year. Like we watched Pride, we all saw that the strikers in the north, the miners strike again. Do you think there's mines in central London? Where do you think those mines are? I say right as smoke blows in my face, right on cue.
Very thematic.
Yeah, very thematic. But and this is the thing, right? Yeah, there's mining down in Cornwall and stuff as well. And there's a lot of like what I reckon right? I reckon if we get every miner who were laid off by Maggie, we give them all a shovel and we send them to London Ring Road. Give them like 2 days and they'll have dug deep enough. London will just go off on its own into ocean. And I don't think anyone else would be bothered.
2 birds, 1 stone.
Yeah.
Yeah, but why would you want to disrupt Crowley's grand masterpiece?
We don't. You can keep the whole ring road.
We don't. He can keep it going. It's not going to be the rest of the country. But yeah, as Scum was saying in the chat there, first big union Thatcher went after was the steel workers. And that's based out of Sheffield. And the reason I'm talking about all this, and I've gone on for half an hour about Yorkshire and Yorkshire history, is because that's how this film opens, right? It opens with this documentary, and it's very much, you all know the Springsteen song, Glory Days.
Yeah.
I am fully aware that that's what I sound like. Like glory days, like everyone in the north talking about the glory days, but they were like, your kids were fed, your house were paid for, you had a good council house, you had a good garden, you had a car that you owned, you weren't buying shit on credit from fucking fuckery catalogue stores that were charging 3 times the going rate for it.
Yeah.
Just so you could pay on monthly. You know, you could run down to a corner shop, send your kid down to a corner shop for a pint of milk and a bag of sugar, and go in and see him 2 days later and pay him, and it'll be all right. You know, like glory days. Like some of it's the general progression of technology and time and everything else. Like, you're not sending your kid down to a corner shop for, you know, cigs, milk, and a bag of sugar now with a note saying, you know, I want give him the note, and when he gives you 20 Lambert, don't smoke any on your way back.
Yeah.
You know, that's not happening anymore because times have changed. But that culture, like, it's a very proud thing. Like, I'm sure Chaos can back me up here. It's a very proud thing.
Oh, 100%. Like, I will not disclose the specific town that I live in, but I'm sure you're well aware, Noodle, that we had mills in as well. And actually, it didn't occur to me until you said a few minutes ago that other people might not be aware of the big canal systems in England, because it's just so obvious to me.
Yeah. It's like the canal system, the railway system, when it fucking works, is a magic feat of engineering. The problem is they built it in the 1800s and no one's put any WD-40 on it since. That's the problem with it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, if they just invested a small amount into it, infrastructure could be really easy.
You know where you're leading me down the primrose path again there. You're gonna make me say Thatcher, aren't you?
Go on, let me get my drink ready. Go
Well,
on.
come on, you know, I mean, look. I mean, they deliberately ran the fucking railways into the ground in the 80s, so that when their successor Major came in, one of the first things he was able to do was successfully privatise the fucking railways. They deliberately ran British Rail, but you know, the thing was, honestly, British Rail was fucking way better than the private companies that run the railways now. It was fucking way better.
All right, so that's one for the miners, one for the millers, one for the railway workers, one for the dockers.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need a refill.
Okay, well, we'll have one for the dockers because I'm from Southampton, so.
Yeah, one for the dockers.
Ooh, this might be a good
You know.
excuse for me to crack out the small shots of different flavoured vodka I was given for Christmas.
Do you know what I've got? But I can't open it because I've got to take it abroad. And I'm really annoyed because I should have bought 2 bottles so I could open it.
Oh, go on.
I'm very much on budget cider today.
Oh, very nice.
I'm very much on budget cider from Tesco today. £2.60 for 4 of them for a 4-pack.
I was
basically
I'm on the budget shit, but yeah.
Basically, the NHS is only the latest to be up in the firing line.
Yeah, pretty much.
The NHS has been in firing line since the day it were made. But look, the NHS, great idea when it started. And I want to say this, right, because I've had this thought a couple of times over the last week or so. The NHS were a brilliant idea when it first came out. It was idealistic, it was wonderful, it promised cradle to the grave care. And cradle to the grave is the exact term that was used.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the idea of free at the point of contact. Brilliant, right? Problem is, in 2023, after decades of Tory I'll say mismanagement. I'll be polite, right? I'll be polite.
Mismanagement, yes, that's the word.
Say mismanagement, right?
Yeah.
The problem with now is, look, NHS, right? They converted a lot of old workhouses to hospitals. Yeah, when they got rid of the workhouse system. Only problem is, right, the NHS is a successor to the workhouse system, and for poor people, it's got broadly the same fucking outcomes.
I'd just say on the NHS, I think Aneurin Bevan would turn in his grave if he could see what these bastards have done to his creation now.
It'd fucking, yeah, like that. You know when you walk into a hospital and you hear that grinding noise? It's him rolling in his grave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, anyways,
Uh,
Oh,
I-
yeah.
Yeah, we got to
Anyways,
talk about this
I-
film a bit, haven't we?
back on, yeah, because
Yeah.
I think we've given the audience an idea of the background information they need to
Yeah.
know.
So that's the scope of it, right? That's a taste of what it's like in Yorkshire. And if anything, it's got worse since '97. So, you know, we had a bit of a high when Tony Blair decided he wanted to appeal to the northern voters and the Mondeo man, but that didn't last because he was not actually left wing. He was a neocon in a fucking red tie.
Yeah.
Don't at me, folks. I've got the citations.
He wasn't
Um,
Labour, he was a US Democrat.
It wasn't Labour. It was a fucking Thatcherite. Drink.
And so's fucking Keir Starmer as well. So yeah.
Keir Starmer's worse than a
innate.
Thatcherite. He's just a fucking. He's a Tory plant.
Yeah.
Fucking sir in charge of the Workers' Party. The fuck.
In a related, I guess, slightly amusing note, over the weekend I went to my cousin's 18th, and I asked for a dark and stormy at the bar, and they put the rum in, fine, and they wanted, do you want to know what they substituted ginger beer with? Schweppes.
Oh! Blasphemy and abomination!
And I was just like, thank you?
At least fucking
Blasphemy.
Jesus, if you're gonna substitute, at least be Britvic.
It's like I have Schweppes
just
in
like,
my
I'd rather
gin
you tell
because
me-
the gin I'm drinking right now is some cheap and nasty shit. But you don't ruin good rum with fucking Schweppes.
I know, I was just like, at least tell me you've got none and let me have orange juice with it.
Abomination for that. That's gonna be
Oh.
on the list of reasons we restart the War of the Roses. Is that shit?
Yeah. Yes, please.
Like you fuckers are serving rum with Schweppes over the border.
SOS help.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say we wouldn't even do that in the South. They wouldn't even do that in London chaos.
I mean, they
know.
probably would in those fancy cocktail bars, and then they charge you a tenner for it because it had an olive on top.
Yeah.
So lesson to be learned: be careful in Stockport.
Right. Okay. So I talked about the decline of industry. The one thing you touched on is what to go back to. You're talking about like liberating the girder. Yeah, going scrappy.
I love that. I love that little line as well. It's not stealing. We're liberating it. I love.
Liberating it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like the idea that they've got this entire factory that is broken down for 10 years, right? They've shut it down, and yet they still employ a security guard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just classic fucking
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Like, because what are people? It's like having a fucking public orchard and hiring some fucker to guard your apples. It's like it's public. You know, very.
the only time you need guards like that is that one time that a farmer was trying to get people to take his fruit. And when people wouldn't, he hired people to sleep on the job pretending to guard it at night, and then people stole it.
Where have I heard that story before?
It was.
And then he could sell
I
it.
have heard
Well, that's
that
the story of potatoes in France, isn't it?
Yeah,
He did that before, like,
potatoes
they
in
couldn't sell
France.
Potatoes in France. So they he hired guards, and then suddenly everyone wanted them because they assumed they were valuable because they were having them guarded.
Yeah.
Yeah, potatoes in France just before the revolution, I think, or just after. But yeah, going scrapping like regular. Ring will tell you, Ring's lived around here. How often did you see lads going out? They'd have a horse and cart, and their back would just be full of junk appliances and metal.
Yeah.
Just yeah.
You occasionally get that down here because a lot of the travelling community tend to do that.
Yeah,
Scrap
travelers
him.
doing it round
Yeah.
here. Yeah.
It just feels like a more grown-up version of how we in my student house during my first year of uni just found a couch, and so we just nicked the couch and just shoved it in the back garden.
It's like there's where I live in a block of flats, folks, and there's a bit out front, and it's kind of everyone knows if you leave something there, it's free for the taking.
Yeah.
Like people leave couches, armchairs. I've seen people leave like cabinets and stuff. You just if you want it, you take it. It's there. I'll put it there. It's out from under rain. It's clean. You can have it if you want it. Like they have to, they send around a rubbish truck, garbage truck, every couple of weeks, and there's never all there because people just take it. Like when I first moved in and I didn't have an armchair, I was going down in lift and some guy was taking an armchair down, and I was like, "What are you doing with that?" I was like, "I'm getting rid of it. I've bought a new one." I was like, "Is it good?" "Yeah." "All right, I'll take it." And I had it in here for God knows how long.
Yeah.
And people just what do you want for it, mate? No, just take it. It's no good to me.
Yeah, take it off my hands. It's going one way or another.
Yeah, you might as well take it off my hands, save me dragging it down out at lift. Even help me carry it into a flat. You know.
Oh, yeah, as it is, you know.
Oh yeah, and I've done the same. Like when I've been throwing stuff out, like when I've bought different armchairs and stuff, and people have said, "Can I have it?" "Yeah, take it."
See, I think that's very much like the cultural thing is you can stop on the street and be like, "Do you want a hand with that?" Or someone will be like, "Hey, you got a light?"
Yeah. What do you want for it? "Oh, give me a cig."
So
if they know you smoke, give me a cig. Call it square.
As we mentioned the security guard, should we talk about that particular thing about him now? And I'm going to suggest maybe Ring puts up a trigger warning for about this as well.
Yeah.
Like it's that scene is. Hold on, I'm going to. There we go. So that scene is the best example of how to joke about a topic that should not be joked about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So security guard lost his job because the factory shut down. They've all lost their jobs. He's coming across the street and he finds a guy in his car. It looks like he's broken down.
Yeah.
Checks his car, gets him back up and running again because you stop and help. Because we're fucking human up here and we stop and help people.
And as you're, as the camera is showing him helping get the engine running, you see there's a hose in the window.
Yeah. And it's for exactly what you think it's for, folks.
Yeah.
And he don't realise. He don't notice it. And then as he's walking away and his mate goes to hand him a cigarette, he sees the cigarette.
It suddenly dawns on him.
And he goes back, he yanks the guy out the car and saves his life.
Yeah.
And then we have the most comedic 5 minutes discussion of suicide I've ever seen on screen.
Before that, though, before we even get to the conversation, he drags him out of the car, saving his life. And then the security guy says, "You bastard," to him.
So he picks him up.
So he picks him up, throws him back in the car.
And the way that scene's acted and shot is like like the suicide. Well, the scene where he's actively trying to do it. The suicide isn't the joke. The joke is Dave not getting it.
Yeah, Dave not noticing, thinking the guy's broken down and not noticing the hose, or how quiet the guy is and how miserable he is, and just chatting away to him because that's what we do up here.
He
chat away.
He chatted away, and then he just. I mean, it's like the first time he really kind of notices anything. It was like it was kind of his reaction was like, well, like, oh, he's being bloody rude here, like
because he's quiet and he's not talking back.
He's quiet. The guy's depressed. He's trying to top himself. The guy is fucking depressed. But as Ring said, though, we lead to this scene where again,
It's very
It's
very
something
classic
we should-
idyllic boys in a field, isn't it?
yeah,
It's like if you
should
see
have-
the Lion King, is it the Lion King 2 where Simba, Pumbaa, and Timon are laid on the backs looking up at the stars, discussing the stars? Or is it the Lion
first
King
one.
1?
It's
The first one, right? It's
Yeah.
almost that, but like for Yorkshiremen.
It's
Discussing suicide.
and they're talking suicide, and it's like I said, it's something. It shouldn't be funny. It really shouldn't be. But this is so well done.
Yeah.
And it's like it's joking about something that is very serious, and you probably shouldn't really joke, but it's not doing it in a completely tasteless way.
The joke is not that he's depressed and suicidal and trying to commit suicide. The joke is that he's fucking incompetent and he couldn't even get that right.
Yeah.
That's
the
joke.
Right? It follows a rule of comedy that I've seen a few times, which is death is not a good punchline, but it can be the perfect setup.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
exactly
like,
that, right?
Oh, you could jump off a bridge. It's like bungee jumping
scared
without
of
the
heights.
bungee. I'm
I
scared
don't
of
like
heights.
I don't like heights, me.
And
It's like,
my favorite one is a drowning. Now that's the way to go. Just I can't swim. It's like that's the whole bloody point. You're not supposed to swim. But I think
you
the
could have
payoff.
blown your brains out. Where's
But
he
I
going to
think-
get a gun round here?
Yeah, I think
know?
the payoff and what is actually lovely about this scene is because he says to him, "Get a mate to run you over with a car." He's like, "I haven't got any mates."
And
And
then
then Gaz and Dave are like, "Hey, we just saved your life. Don't tell me."
Gaz turns to him and he says, we've just saved your life. Don't go talking about you ain't got any mates."
Yeah.
Yeah.
And literally, that's all it takes in Yorkshire, right? Well, like you
thing is-
get to know someone.
And
But that's almost the
genuinely-
thing. But what I love about that is the fact at the end of that, Lomper, when he realizes he's got a couple of mates, you see the smile on his face,
Yeah,
and it's like
and
he's
it's
like he's got
each other, and they're all in on the joke.
and it's like
Yeah.
he's got something to live for. He's got something to live for again.
yeah.
He's got some friends.
Yeah, I have
Yeah.
seen almost that exact conversation play out multiple times.
Yeah.
It is just very Yorkshire.
Yeah, it's very Yorkshire, but it's also like there's a tradition, and I learned about this from a movie, so I don't know how accurate it is, but there's a movie called Defiance, and we need to do that movie at some point. And there's a bit where, because Defiance is about Jews in the Second World War, Polish Jews, right, going into hiding.
Oh, is this the one with
And-
Daniel Craig?
Yeah, Daniel
Yeah, I
Craig
know, brilliant film.
rescues the rabbi, and the rabbi tells him, and he's helping and he says, it's not my concern. I have no skin in the game. Of basically tells him, look, you live or you die. It's on you. And the rabbi tells him, no. The teaching says that when you save a life, you become responsible for it. And you get this moment between Daniel Craig and the rabbi where he sort of looks at him and he's like, yeah, I don't believe in that. And the rabbi just sort of looks at him knowingly as if to go, yeah, all right, I believe you. Millions wouldn't. And it's that thing of when you save someone, you become friends, right? There's a lot of things you can live through and not be friends.
Yeah.
But saving someone from a suicide attempt, I mean, like, I hate to say it, but if you're not friends after that, something's wrong with you.
Yeah.
And you're talking about Yorkshire folk, right? Where we can become best friends with a guy on the bus whose name we don't even know. It's just how we work.
The amount of times that I've been chatting on the bus and someone will just start telling me about this thing they're doing at the weekend with their niece and, their hospital visit last week.
Yeah, tell you his bloody life story for like 5 minutes of your attention. Or, the number of taxis I've gotten, and by end of taxi ride, I know the driver's name, his wife's name, his kid's name, what house he wants to buy, where he wants to buy it, how much he wants to buy it for, what car he's got, what car he wants, and his last 3 doctor's visits.
Or,
I know enough to steal his identity. They were only a 10-minute ride.
Something random couple in London.
So I'm gonna let Ring tell this one because this is just brilliant as is. But it needs to be told from the perspective of someone who is not used to how Yorkshire folk can be. So I'm gonna let you tell it.
So, me and Noodle were on our honeymoon in London. You know, hitting all of the nerdy shit, right? I think we were on like what, day 2, day 3.
I think it was day 2 because on day 3 we moved rooms in the hotel.
Yeah.
When I got sick of climbing those fucking stairs, so day 2.
Yeah.
We were at the Globe, and then we were going to see the switch on of the magic wands on Millennium Bridge.
Yeah.
For Lumos.
Yeah. Hold
the
on.
Harry Potter thing for Fantastic Beasts.
Hold on. Where is it? There we go.
Oh God, are you going to find the? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah. Because this was before she went mask off hateful turf.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyways, we decided to like stop in like some bakery for
hang on, I'll tell it because you don't know shit about London.
Yeah. Okay.
First off, we were at the Globe and we were doing a tour of the Globe, right? Because fucking nerds.
Naturally.
And we're there, and we're at the Globe, right? And I'm looking at this couple, and they're obviously American because you can spot an American a fucking mile away. And she's wearing a Slytherin scarf, and he's wearing a Hufflepuff scarf. And I'm looking at him, and I'm like, ring, love. Harry Potter fans, do you think they're going to the wands? Do you think they're going? I'm like, I wanted to talk to her through the whole tour, but I'm too British for that shit.
Yeah.
Right, I'm too British for that shit when I go south of Watford Gap. So then we crossed the bridge from the Globe, and we stopped off. St. Paul's is right there, and right next to it, like as you walk across, Salvation Army's on your right, headquarters, right? St. Paul's right opposite, and just there's a little Costa. Costa's like a coffee chain, Starbucks, but more caffeinated, right? Basically.
Yeah.
And cheaper because Brits don't pay that silly money.
It's British Starbucks, basically.
Yeah, British Starbucks. And we went in there, and they came in.
Yeah.
And they're at their table, and we're at ours, and we're about 2 tables apart. And I'm like, ring. That's them. I'm like, that's them. and I just happened to make eye contact with her, and I went, I'm sure I just saw you over at Globe, love. Yeah, we were there. We were on tour, and we got chatting. And look, we got chatting, and it was still light out. Like we were waiting in the Costa for the wands to turn on at sunset, and sunset was due in 2 fucking hours.
Yeah.
Like, but I couldn't be asked going back to the hotel to travel back across London again because that was not going to happen. Because his hotel was near Russell Square.
Yeah.
So getting back to St. Paul, it is not happening, folks. So we sat in the Costa killing time, and we're chatting. 2 hours later, when those wands came on, we were still chatting to that couple.
Yeah.
And we were still chatting 3 hours after that because we went back into the Costa to keep chatting.
Yeah.
And the only reason we stopped chatting is because they had a gin tour they were going on at 9:00.
And I forgot, was that like either we had a like the wizard bar to go to, or maybe that was a different day.
Yeah, no, we were going to the wizard bar at Elephant and Castle. Was it near Elephant and I feel like it was Elephant and Castle.
Yeah.
No, that was the following day, but we said we were going to that because they tried to book tickets, but we were booked up to join us. And like, this is what Northerners are like, right? If I see you and I see some sign that you are like me, you better not have plans for the next 4 hours because we're about to share his life stories.
Oh, 100%. People will see me with my Doctor Who scarf on the bus, and I will end up stood in the a bus station afterwards for minimum half an hour just talking.
Yeah. I mean, heck, we still call them future us.
Yeah. They are basically us in 15 years' time.
I'm trying to think, is that I was trying to think where that Wizard Bar thing was. It's on one on Greek Street.
I don't know. It was a pop-up thing.
Yeah.
It were a pop-up thing. You came out of Elephant and Castle, turned right, and then you walked down back streets and prayed for your life.
Yeah.
We just had by the way, we just had a bar in Southampton open called the Dark Arts Bar here as well. So
Oh God!
so
They
whatever
tried to
it is,
open a friggin'...
it's whatever it is, it's spreading.
Yeah, like they tried to open a Ripper bar in Portsmouth. Oh God. But yeah, like even the Cauldron at York, like, was originally a channel punching bag thing. Now it's just general magic and apothecary, and it's so much better for it. It's beautiful. We need to go back to York Chaos.
Oh, absolutely.
I can't. I've been to York for the last time. We need to go back.
The instant I have a job.
So, anyways.
Anyway.
So Gaz gets, Lumpy in on the scheme.
Yeah.
Because
well, no, you don't get him in on the scheme. He makes friends with him because none of them are in on the scheme at this point because they don't know what the scheme is.
They've started talking about it at this point because Gaz is obviously obviously the thing with this Gaz, it's the relationship between him and his son, which isn't great at the beginning, but he still wants to see he still wants to see his son. He owes a shit ton in maintenance.
Yeah. And the rule is, if you don't pay maintenance, you don't get your visitation rights.
Yeah, that's what he's fighting to keep here. But I think there's something that's interesting here that it's, and maybe this is again because I think there's going to be a lot of conversation in this about like masculinity and maybe toxic masculinity a bit within this movie.
Are you talking about the conversation at the roadside?
Well, what I'm trying to get at is like, when he's had those arguments with his ex-wife or whatever, and like he said, "Look, I'm on the dole or whatever," and she said, "Look, I can get you a job where I'm working," which and he's like, sort of £2.50 in the blooming Black Hole Calcutta doing some job he doesn't want to do. But it's almost there's that kind of almost thing going through this that they've got options for work, but they feel like his ex. Yeah, that's. And and a similar thing with like Dave later on in the like security guard and Asda, because it's like his wife's helps.
It's Asda, in it.
It's kind of like
there's a snobbery about it.
It's a snobbery, and it's like, look, I was once a blooming steel worker or whatever, and I'm reducing, and it's also like, I think there's also it's taking. Not only is it he's taking like a really low paying job, but it's like the fact he's taking. It'd be taking something off of his ex, which he'd feel was a charity kind of thing.
Yeah, there's also this thing of what we're talking about is the difference between skilled and unskilled labor, right? Because any fucker can wear a shirt and tie and walk around Asda looking threatening.
Yeah.
Not any bloke can weld or can work steel or can work in a factory because that's a skilled job. Like, you've got to be able. You'll have done a 5-year apprenticeship to learn that shit. There's pride in it.
That's a terrible weld. The joint's gonna come apart in 5 minutes.
Fucking mixes all the cock on that.
But this is the thing, right? The pride in being a skilled worker, in knowing that your work pays your way, and that's very much bound up in the masculinity.
Yeah.
But what I want to, because like we're kind of touching on it, so I want to get there. Like, we're talking about a town where, yes, they're skilled workers, but they ain't got shit else going for them. Like, these lads will have left school at 15, 16. No qualifications between them. And I'll tell you how I know that in a minute. They'll have gone straight into either an apprenticeship or a job. And every part of their education before then will have been leading to that job.
Yeah.
Like, where I'm from, when I was 16 and I had careers advice. I went to careers advisor. She took one look at me, at my postcode, and went, "So what's it going to be, love? Asda or the Dole?" I was a straight A student, but because of where I'm from, because of the postcode I'm from, the best she reckoned I could do would be a checkout girl at Asda. And I shouldn't say that with the disparagement I'm saying it, because it's a good job. It pays the bills, right? It's a good job. It's an honest day's work. Well, it's not a good job, but it's an honest day's work. Asda's like our equivalent to Walmart. It's an honest day's work. You're not going to turn it down if you're hungry, are you? But there's a snobbery about that. Working in supermarkets, working in shops, working at the chippy, working at these places. There's a snobbery of, well, any old fucking idiot can do that. Go be a seamstress, go do something, go be a typist, go be an electrician, a plumber, an engineer. Because those jobs mean that you're capable and you can do the job, and you are different to any Tom, Dick, or Harry they can hire on the street, because you're qualified and you can do it. And you've earned the right to call yourself that. And there is, even within the working classes, that snobbery of, like, factory workers and mill workers look down on call centre staff. Yeah. Because any fucker can answer a phone. Let me tell you something. Call centre staff are the 21st century's answer to factory workers on a conceptual level, class-wise, right? Because they are exploited, something chronic. And everyone thinks they can do the job. Like, anyone thinks they can wire a plug. Anyone thinks they can hammer a nail. Anyone thinks they can be a carpenter, this, that, and the other, plumber, right? Whatever. Yeah. Do it then. If you're so fucking clever, do it. Fucking do it, because no. Like, the skills it takes to work in a call center is like working on a factory line. It breaks you in ways people who've never done it can never understand. And, for me, it's Maggie Thatcher and her bastards. 45 suddenly after working. Exactly. It's degrading and it's demeaning, because you were skilled. You were a pillar of the community. You could pay your way, pay your bills, look after your wife, and still afford an holiday to Blackpool twice a year. And there's a pride in that, a pride in providing. And it's not toxic. It's not toxic. You should be proud of the fact that you can pay your way and earn a fair living. Yeah. But when that is taken away and you begin to idealize it and reach for it, it becomes toxic, because your life becomes about nothing else.
She wants to go bloody skiing for a holiday.
Yeah. Like, he can't tell her that he's unemployed.
Yeah.
It's like, and this is the thing, like, you hear it all the time. Government ministers will stand up and say, oh, there's plenty of jobs. People are just too fucking lazy to work. When have you heard that before? Yeah, like, get your bingo card out, folks. Don't worry, I'm going to finish that drink off when I've done with this rant. I know I'm hitting all the beats. But the jobs are minimum wage, fucking 0 hours contract, bad hours, bad conditions, shit, like, colleagues and stuff. Like, I'm not being funny. I am not putting my life on the line being security for some place for £9 a fucking hour. Do you know what I mean? Where I'm going to be clearing less money at the end of the week than I would do if I were on the dole. What the fuck's the logic? And we don't value those, and we should, right? Call centers, security guards, supermarket staff. You haven't heard it since fucking hell. Did you miss the midday news, scummer? Did you miss the midday news? Is that why I've not heard it since this morning? Right? But this is the thing, and there's plenty of jobs. You fucking work them then. Like, the government saying, oh, not everyone should go to university and people should do jobs like be a lorry driver or a butcher or this, that, and the other. All right, you pull your kids out of private school and train them up as butchers and lorry drivers then. Go on. Fucking wouldn't be seen dead. They don't want to keep working class kids out of the universities because they think working class kids should be doing the menial jobs at the bottom. They want to keep working class kids out of the universities because their precious little diddum darlings is too good for those jobs. So us muggins have got to pick up the slack. That's why they want to keep working class people out of universities. That's why they're slashing funding to the humanities. And that's why your student loans are fucking raping you up the arse. Apologies for my language, but there's no other terminology for it. And yeah, what I'm going to do, I'm going to have a drink and then I'm going to tell you what I really think. You know, these, and this is like everything I'm saying now, that's the exact mentality, right? That's where we're at. Like, why should I, if I was on 15, 16, 17 pounds an hour as an engineer, a mechanic, a plumber, an electrician, a joiner, a carpenter, why should I then go take £2.50 an hour to work security?
Yeah.
What kind of that's worse than a kick in the teeth. Because not only are you taking my pride in who I was and what I'm capable of from me, you're expecting me to be grateful for it. Do you understand why they'd rather be on the dole now?
Yeah. Yeah. It's and I think that's
Preach.
I think we got to say like the
Noodles taking us to church.
Ring mentioned
Yeah.
I think we got to talk about Ring mentioned about the guy Gerald as a character in this who was once the foreman, and I remember putting a couple of comments when we were watching this earlier, like the wife will always, this is a lesson for you guys, the wife is going to find out the lie sooner or later, all right? Life lesson.
Yeah.
And he's been lying, he's lying about the fact that he's unemployed, that he hasn't got his job, and he was so he was in a position where he was financially better off than the rest of the guys,
And he was, let's be honest, if he goes to work in a suit and tie, he's middle class.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also, yes, when you come here, you attend a service of St. Corbin's Church of Latter-day Socialists.
Yeah.
I'll be a preacher this week. Your presiding ministers are Ring, Scummer, and Chaos.
I think the thing is that
today we will be reading a chapter from the Book of Skinner.
Oh yeah,
all the Tories opposite are crooks.
My dad is. He's not like a 1%er or anything, but he's better off than most people, and I could comfortably call him middle class. But my dad doesn't wear a fucking suit to work.
But I always got the feeling looking at, like, say, Gerald though, and say the other guy, like the Gaz's wife's new guy, but who was quite clearly, found himself in the middle classes. Gerald feels more like that petty bourgeois sort of lower middle class level. He's not quite gone to the.
Yeah, he's working class with aspirations, isn't he? He's very highest bouquet kind of thing.
He's very, very much so, yeah.
Like, even the comment I passed, like when we saw Gaz's ex and the fella, I wrote down here, I just wrote, what's a fucking yuppie doing in Sheffield?
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
Am I wrong though?
You're
The
not
way
wrong.
he was dressed, like I half expected him to answer the door holding a filofax and a fucking old Motorola phone.
Yeah.
Just, and the thing is, right, when you're working class and you've got pride in being working class, yeah, we talk a bit of shit about the middle classes, but like, because the middle classes don't show any respect.
Yeah.
There's no respect for the working class jobs. Like, I bet Jared, if he had a son, wouldn't have been caught dead with his son going off to be a plumber or an electrician or, anything like that. But when his lights go off, who the fuck's he ringing? When his toilet's backed up, who the fuck's he ringing? Because Mr. Pansy middle class man ain't getting his hands dirty, is he? He don't know the difference between a
Get
spanner
rid of
and
him. He did my bathroom. He knows who
did
I
my
am.
plastering. Yeah, get rid of him. He knows. Yeah. And again, it's like my initial thoughts of Gerald is like, I fucking hated him at the start, but I kind of loved him by the end. I loved him by the end of the movie.
This is the thing with Gerald, though, right? We've all been there.
Yeah.
We've all been, and this is some of that different classes, right? But And we were commenting on this before the stream as well. And Scummer and I were discussing it. Let's talk about the job centre. Or job club, as it were known back in the 90s.
Yeah. Well, Job Club was a sort of feature of the job centres. Yeah, one of the things.
Yeah.
About a year or so after this move, I spent 4 or 5 months on the dole. Fucking anyone who's been on the dole for like even a few months, it's fucking horrible.
It is. I've been on the dole twice.
It's a fucking it's about and I mean I've known people who've been unemployed and have not even taken like dole money because there's a fucking stigma attached to it, I mean, which I don't get, which is something I just do not understand. Look, I lost my job or something. I was unemployed. I said tomorrow, I'm just going to sign on. I am going to sign on because I look at it. I've been paying this for so long. This is what it's there for. There's a safety net for when you fall on hard times. That's what it's supposed to be there for.
It's like I grew up. My parents were on the dole because mum were disabled. Dad
there's
wasn't
such
much
a
better.
bloody stigma around. Like if you're claiming any kind of social welfare, and that's not just exclusively a British thing. I know that's the thing in America as well. Yeah, there's this and I know people who've lost their jobs and won't take it because they don't want that stigma of being on the and to be honest, like you said, you've dealt with job centres. You've been on the top. You get treated like fucking subhuman in those places.
You get treated like fucking shit.
Yeah,
I'm going to tell this, right? So I've been on the dole twice. When I left uni, well, I didn't leave uni. I had to drop out of my final year because my mum had died about 6 months before. I was not coping. I had to drop out and I had to find something, right? And I couldn't get work for love nor money. I tried everything. I went door to fucking door in Bradford Town Centre dropping off CVs. That's how desperate I was. And, this is in the age of computers, so could not get work for love nor money. So I signed on. And they treated me like shit. And do you know what the money was to sign on? In 2015, when I first signed on for the first time, do you know what it was? If you were single and under 25, do you know how much you got?
About 50
£78 a fortnight.
Yeah, that's got.
Yeah. It hasn't gone up that much, really.
Fortnight.
Every fortnight.
Right, every 2 weeks.
I mean, I remember you every price. It's actually got worse then I think it's.
And out of that, you had your bills to pay, your mouth to feed. It was a good job I was living with my old man at the time because I wouldn't have survived on it.
Yeah.
And even when I did move out, I struggled.
The worst thing when I experienced, I can recall, and I'll tell you this story, is that during, I had to have a massive fight with the job centre because I was on something called Job Seekers Allowance.
Yeah.
Now, there's a clue in the name here, Job Seekers Allowance. Now, one of the things they used to do, I don't know if they still do it, or whatever, but they used to send someone round to your home, like every so often, to check you were fucking looking for work.
They didn't
do I had that. I used to call. So I used to like keep all my letters of rejection or whatever, just to prove I've been looking for work. But there was this little thing that if you're not there at the time, you don't show up. If you're not available at the time, you're going to lose your benefit. Here's the problem. The day they wanted to send this guy around was a day I had to go for a fucking job interview. I had to phone up and say, I cannot be here because I had a massive fight with them. And the basic problem, eventually I got through to someone who had a bit of bloody common sense. And I had to explain to them, says, listen, the reason I won't be there is I'm going for a job interview. Now, the reason the benefit you're giving me is called, quote unquote, job seekers allowance. So the emphasis on job seeking.
Yeah,
that's like what I'm actually doing. Yeah. I said, I said, here's the catch. It says, so should I not go for a job interview? just so I can be there for you know. And eventually, I got through to someone who talks a bit of sense. But
Yeah,
they were
no.
threatening.
What they do now, or what they
By
did
the way,
when I was on
I
it,
didn't get the job, by the way, in the end. But
what they did, they gave you a login for a website. Creakiest ass website you've ever seen. Looks like it was designed in 1993. And you had to go on and you had to apply for jobs through that website. Like Indeed, but it was run by the council. And it had all the local jobs. And the only jobs it had on it were fuckery fly-by-night merchants, 0 hours contracts, and none. So, like, but if you didn't apply for X number of jobs in a given week, you lost your benefits.
I just
But
just
also, you still had to go for your weekly appointment, and if you were more than 10 minutes late for your appointment, you lost your benefits. Fuck if the train were late. Fuck if you were anywhere else. You had to be there.
Can I move a motion right now so that we can have a more in-depth conversation about this on Media Musings at some day? Can I move a motion that we cover Daniel Blake at some point?
Yes.
Yes.
I
can also
we can have a more in-depth conversation about this.
A little bit more recently, because I was on the dole in 2022.
Oh, okay.
For a bit. Because I was on one of their job seekers programs. And I think the current rate that they give you for job seekers allowance is something like just shy of 90 quid a fortnight to cover everything.
Hell. It's ridiculous. But yeah, it was ridiculous. But then I had to go on the dole again. I got hit by a car in 2018. You'll all remember this, folks, because I think we were running this at the time. And I got hit by a car. I had to go part-time at work. And you've never known shame. Like working, holding down a job, and still having to go to the job centre and beg for help because you can't afford your bills. And they treat you like shit, you know. They've got a bouncer on the door who talks to you like you're a fucking dog. You walk in, you sit there. They make you wait and wait and wait, even though they know you're on your lunch break from your actual job. So you're late back. Yeah. And when they do see you, they treat you like a fucking urchin off the street. You know, and they want to know every detail of every fucking penny you spend on anything. God help you, you know, if you dared buy anything that wasn't an absolute fucking necessity. Well, you can't. Why are you buying that if you can't afford it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they put me on it, and they put me on what they called the light touch group. For ESA at the time, it was employment support allowance, and it worked out. They paid me about £700 a month, which just about covered my rent and my council tax. You know, that I'm paying to them because I live, you know, you give with one and take with
so
it.
You're not you're not even really scrounging. You get because they're getting the fucking money back anyway. So let's put into that.
You may as well save the paperwork and just not bill me. And I was working at the time as well, and they put me on this light touch sheet. You still got to come in for an appointment every month. Okay. What's this appointment for? Oh, we want to see why. Oh, we want to see. I'm like, look, I'm not being funny. I can barely walk from where I work, which is 10 minutes away, to here and back again without being in agony, without a stick. Just fucking, I'm not fucking around here. I've got a job to do. I ain't got an hour and a half to sit on my lunch break when I've only got a 4-hour shift to work.
Oh, come on, Noodle. I can talk to Atos. They'll tell you you're fit to work.
Don't get me started on fucking Atos. I went for a assessment.
So, I had first-hand dealings with them before they were used by the government. So, I know what those bastards are like.
Were the disability. Right, I went for a PIP assessment after I got hit by the car. I was walking with a stick. I couldn't take more than 10 steps without having to stop and lean on the stick. I was in so much pain. I was struggling to brush my hair and wash my hair more than once a week. I physically couldn't stand up to cook at the cooker. PIP assessed me and said because I could walk more than 10 feet without help, even if I did have to stop and take a break or lean on something, and because I could hold a cup without spilling it when she had me in tears and she offered me a glass of water, I didn't class as disabled enough for being worthy of help. Like, what do you want me to do? Be wheeled in here as a paraplegic? Are you still going to deny me? The fuck?
Can I just say one thing about the whole stigma thing as well? Because first, it's like I said, there's two real things with like that. Being on welfare, it's a fucking degrading experience. It's
also a full-time job.
Experience. And the other thing and yeah, like I said, there's a good little line in this, isn't there? You don't know how tiring it is doing nout.
Yeah.
I
worked at
I just want,
casino. Go on.
yeah, I just want to say one thing before we sort of pull a cap, because it's two things of this. Like I said, it's the degrading experience and the humiliating stigma. Now, earlier, you guys, I think when I was out having a cigarette, you guys made a reference to like poverty porn. Noodle, do you remember Benefit Street? Do you remember that TV program?
I fucking do, you know.
Yeah, which
fucking
was
do.
ultimate in poverty porn, about people that were, you know, living on benefits, and it was there to make them look. It was there
The
to
number of
humiliate
people
them.
I know who live round here who are on benefits who go, you know, we're on benefits, but we're not like those fuckers on
yeah,
on
it was all filmed in like within one community or whatever. And thankfully, there was a sequel that was going to be made, and believe it or not, in Southampton, called Immigration Street.
Oh fuck!
Thankfully, the community got together and fought a fucking campaign against them to stop them making this. And thankfully, it did.
I can just imagine what they'd have done with bloody Immigration Street.
You could saw what they. I mean, it's like, hold on. For starters, I mean, we all joined in because it was like, hold on, you know, for starters, Southampton, like, we do not want the fucking English Defence League in our city, you know, for a start, which is what was happening if this thing got made.
In, what would it have been, 2003, 2004? English Defence League came to Bradford. They were here for a day, not even a day. They got bussed in and bussed out. They managed to do £350,000 worth of damage in a day in Bradford. If you'd have asked me when that happened, because I remember passing the comment at the time it happened, right? Because I was only about 11, 12-ish. I say ish because I'm not giving away my exact age, but, you know, I was young. But I was old enough to know what was going on. I remember looking at that figure in the paper TNA me old man read, you know. Paper TNA, that takes you back. I remember looking at that figure and going, I didn't know there were anything in Bradford worth that much. Like, you could, like, I'm not being funny, you could raise Bradford to the ground and rebuild it for 350 grand.
Yeah.
Like, the damage they did and the fear they inspire in this city. Like, people lock the doors and go. Like, I remember once we went to Dewsbury Market. We went over to Dewsbury Market. Now, obviously, I'm mixed race. My mum was Jamaican, dad's Polish. Went to Dewsbury Market one morning. My mum looks around and goes, it's quiet. Why is it so quiet, Rick? She says to my dad, I don't know. And they're doing the bits of shopping. She's buying whatever the fuck she's buying. And she stopped. She went, why is it so quiet, love? Is there a football match on? And she went, don't you know? And my mum went, no. And she went, EDL are due through in 20 minutes. My mum went, my mum was dark-skinned. She went fucking white. And the woman looked at my mum and went, you all right, love? Do you want to sit down? Do you need a cuppa? And my mum was like, my mum physically dropped the thing she was holding that she were about to buy and went, come on, we're fucking going. I don't know how my old man did that, right? But we got in the car and we were back in Bradford within half an hour. Yeah. Because can you imagine a Pole, a Jamaican and a mixed race kid in the middle of an EDL match?
Jesus Christ. Yeah. I will say one thing before we get back on topic. One thing I'm proud about of the city I come from is any time that fascists have tried to march here, we have beaten those fuckers off the street. And that goes from the English Defence League right the way back to Oswald Mosley. He had to run from Southampton, physically run.
Back in the day, they weren't the English Defence League, they were, but they were the BNP. Everyone knew them as the BNP.
Then we had before that with the National Front, and we had like other groups before that, you know. So.
Because it was BNP at the time. Not Nick Griffin. Is it Nick Griffin?
Yeah, Griffin. Yeah, that was his lot.
Fat cunt who was the Holocaust denier.
Yeah, that's him.
Fat cunt, like, I'm not a fat cunt, but you know. Yeah, Nick Griffin, that wanker. Full on Holocaust denial, like, yeah. Just Google the guy if you've got a strong stomach.
Yeah, I think we've taken a bit of a detour here, but
Yeah,
we do this on the show. I'm sorry,
the understanding. This is what it's for, right?
Yeah, we do this on the show at times.
It's like we have this, and we're talking about race, and let's talk about race in this movie for a second, right? Because we have Denzel. I don't fucking know what his name is.
Paul Barber, I love him. Paul Barber. Yeah. I just want to say something about British culture to anyone, and I'm sure Noodle and Chaos will back me up on this. Anyone who was a fairly regular cast member of Only Fools and Horses is a national treasure.
Yeah.
In this country, right?
Yeah. Del Boy, Rodney, Grandad, Uncle Albert, Trigger, Denzel, Boyce, Marlene.
Yeah.
What was the fucking pub landlord's name?
Mike.
Like, we know them by that. Like, David Jason still answers to Del Boy if you shout Del Boy in the street.
Yeah, we'll do.
I believe that.
You know, like
I'm sure Paul Barber. And I'm sure Paul Barber probably gets more called Denzel by more people than. So, which is weird as well because you got this amongst this group of Yorkshiremen. Suddenly we got the Scouser as well in Paul Barber.
So we've got Paul Barber, but Paul Barber,
the horse,
is the best joke in Only Fools and Horses, in my opinion. So Paul Barber in Only Fools and Horses, black guy. The first time you ever see him on an episode of Only Fools and Horses is walking through, I think it's meant to be Piccadilly Market in it or something similar, open air market, and he's carrying a fucking big 80s boombox.
Yeah, oh, I remember this one. Yeah,
and Rodney turns to Del, the younger brother turns over and goes, "Did you hear? Did you hear? They tried to arrest him the other night. Tried to arrest Denzel the other night." It's like, "Oh yeah. Took 3 coppers to do it. All right, 1 to put the handcuffs on and 2 to carry the
stereo,
stereo." And that's still like the best because that's a stereotype of black men, right? Carrying around the big boombox. Like that stereotype is so prevalent it appears in the fucking Blues Brothers.
Yeah.
Like, and that's just a brilliant. Like again, British comedy when it's good and when it's good, it's really good. But when it's bad,
you got the so just by the way, just so people know, Craig Charles in Red Dwarf was not the original Black Scouser on British TV. Paul Barber was.
Yeah, no, it was Denzel. Yeah. Paul Barber.
He was like the black Scouser before Craig Charles made it cool. You know?
Let's be honest, Paul and Craig, those 2 guys, they were the only black faces on British TV before about 2003.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like the only regular British faces. Adrian Lester came along in the late 2010s in Hustle. And you always had the guy from Holby, Rick from Holby. But even he didn't start till 2005 on Holby and Casualty. Like, literally, until 2005, the idea of a black surgeon was not even realistic enough for the BBC to portray it on a...
Yeah, Idris Elba had to become a star in the United States before he got his own show over here, so...
Yeah. Like, the institutional racism in this country. And you see,
you had your odd exceptions, like... I don't know if you remember Desmond's. I don't know if you remember that show, Noodle. I mean,
the Desmonds, yeah.
The barbershop, the Jamaican barbershop, yeah. I don't remember that one,
for the Americans, the Desmonds was, if you've ever seen old style barbershops that black men go to in America, it was basically a sitcom based in one of those. Comedy based in one of those,
but in London, where the sort of like guys who come across from the whole Windrush.
You know they tried to remake Only Fools and Horses in America, Scummer.
I have heard this.
Yeah, so I want to touch on this because it touches on the race and the intersection of race and class in Britain and America, right?
Yeah.
So the concept of Only Fools and Horses is you've got this young-ish fella won't go on the doll, works cash in hand, everything's a little bit dodgy, a little bit like, you know, if you buy a doll off him, it'll have 2 heads and no legs and stuff. You know, and famously, he tried to sell, what was it? Ornaments shaped like cats that played How Much Is That Doggy in the Window?
Yeah.
Like, you know.
Or the old, you know, the old wind-up dolls or whatever that was supposed to say "Mama" if you pull the string.
Yeah.
They pull the string on this, it go exterminate, exterminate.
Like that was, you know, knock off hooky everything off the back of a lorry. Like there's one episode where he bought a load of stolen paint, painted some guy's kitchen in it, and then it turned out the paint was luminous.
Oh, the Chinese restaurant,
Yeah, the Chinese restaurant. That's a really racist episode when you go back and watch it.
I know, but it was like the fact that he then sold him on the fact that it's just energy saving paint.
No, well, here's the question, Scummer. Does the doll say exterminate, exterminate, or does it say complain, complain, complain?
But like this is the kind of thing, right? And when they tried to translate it to American,
that's a bit of an inside joke, guys.
Instead of Del Boy being a white working class white boy from London, basically, they were going to make him a young black man because that was the only way Del Boy's character would translate onto American TV. They made the family black.
They did the same thing as Steptoe and Son Noodle. And Sanford and Son that came up, that was American
because American the American class system is a lot more racial, a lot more blatantly racial than it is in the UK.
And like you see it on Only Fools and Horses, like Del Boy's a market trader, Denzel's a painter and decorator by trade, Trigger works for the council as a street sweeper. You know,
Denzel's a lorry driver.
Well, he's a lorry driver later on because he starts his business after Del.
Oh no, because
early on he's a painter and decorator.
No, he's not, because he's introduced in the episode where Del and Rodney decorate his house.
Yeah,
and it all goes to
because
fuck.
He's a painter and decorator, he's saying he don't want to do his own place, and his wife's bugging him about it.
Oh, of course, yeah. And they get Del and Rodney in to do it, and of course they fuck it up.
Yeah, they kill the canary. Oh, they think they killed the canary. So they think the paint fumes killed the canary that's in the cage in the kitchen because they've been told not to go in the kitchen. So they go out and they buy another canary and they replace the canary. Then when the wife gets home, she's like, "What have you done to my canary?" He's like, "Nothing." Why? Well, when I left 2 days ago, it was fucking dead. You know, and it's that kind of caper. It's very, you know, working class humor, a little bit of slapstick going on.
Yeah.
But the idea that only translates if the character's black in America,
I could say something,
makes a lot of sense.
Obviously, there is the slight racial joke in this, but you know the whole idea about how black guys are supposed to be well hung. Kind of thing.
This is what I'm leading on to, because this is touched in the movie, right? So he asks his wife, he says, "Now don't forget this is 1997. Turns to his white wife and he says, "Would you sleep with a black bloke in 1997? The idea of an interracial relationship is something shameful and dirty, and the implication is that it's wrong, right? That it's shameful in some way for a white woman to sleep with a black bloke." And she's like, "Look, I'm married to you. I don't care if the black, white, or fucking rainbow coloured."
I think what it is, though, that what we're getting at more with this scene, it's not.
There's that.
Dave is
insecurity.
Yeah, it's Dave is buying into this stereotype about black men.
That black men.
That black men are well hung. That was a long sort of stereotype. And he's buying into it, and the thing is, and this is a recurring thing throughout this, is like Dave, it's really embodied in Dave, but it's talked about with the other guys as well. They go through some of the anxieties of this, but
Yeah.
Dave more than anyone.
Look, there's a few...
But his insecurity about his image and his body, and how he's lost confidence, not just because of the fact that he's unemployed or whatever, he's lost confidence in himself and his relationship with his wife. And
look, I've got black uncles, right, who are married to white women. They're treated very differently. They're treated like fallen women. I've seen literal prostitutes be treated with more respect than some of my aunties because they married a black man. Like that's the culture, and it still exists in some areas.
And not that there's anything wrong with
this thing as well. There's nothing
wrong with being a sex worker. Yeah, nothing wrong with
what I'm saying is culturally, people put those two things. Like, if you are culturally as a prostitute, you've got more cultural clout than a white woman who married a black man. What the fuck's that saying about black men? Yeah. But also, like, I'm going to repeat this once and only once to make the point. I don't believe it. It's gross. We've all heard the saying, right? Once you go black, you never go back.
Mm-hmm.
And this thing of keep your white women away, lock your white women up from black men, because black men will, turn her head and turn her into this, that, and the other. Like, these are common ideas, and they still pervade. Like, they're not as explicit now as they were 25 years ago or even before then. But they all come from the same place. And what you have to understand, right? All the idea of black men being well hung, black men being stronger, black men turning white women and bringing them down, it's all based on quote unquote racial science from the 1800s and the 1700s. It's all based on this idea of, the animalistic ape-like black man who doesn't think, who, of course he's well hung, he's an animal, is the implication of all of that. And that's where it comes from. Now, a lot of people don't know that's where it's from, and they take it as a joke. And I know plenty of black men who lean into it. But it's toxic, and it's toxic at its root. In the same way, a few weeks ago when I told the story, I still, I saw it the other day on a YouTube video, someone saying that they call a spade, and they're saying it in America. And I'm just like, obviously, I've told the story of how I learned that that's a racist comment to make.
Yeah.
But, like, I learned that 2 or 3, a little while ago, and I've learned, and I've tried to spread that message. But things like, they make their way into the cultural consciousness.
Yeah. I mean,
slurs against gays.
Yeah, and that's one of those things that when I learned the context, the historical context of that saying, that I've tried to sort of get that out of my sort of vocabulary.
Yeah, like, unless I'm actually talking about actually it's racist and you shouldn't say it, I don't use that idiom anymore. I'll say something else, like I call it as I see it, or I tell it like it is, because that's what it means.
Or the latest one, I'm from Grimsby, I've got to say it how I see it.
Yeah.
Tory MPs, fuck them.
Yeah, I got to call it how I see it.
Yeah.
I used to say for a while, I'm a poker dealer, I call them as I see them.
Yeah.
It's weird how much of common parlance you can trace back to phrenology.
Yes. And a lot of it is, it's gross, okay? But it makes its way into the common culture. And I'm saying this because we talked race. I want to segue into the casual, and I mean casual, homophobia and sexism in this movie.
Yeah.
Absolutely casual. And again, I say this word once and only once for the benefit of the audience who might not know the word, and then I'm not going to repeat it. Like, casually throwing around the word puff in front of his 10, 11-year-old son, casually talking about how women are turning into men, and, how that's going to make men disposable and everything else, how men should be this, that. Like, it's toxic. And it's
I mean, like the whole comments about, like, hey, we're just going to be exhibits in a fucking zoo one day or whatever. Like,
that's the basis of the Great Replacement, right?
So,
we're going to be exhibits in a zoo because they won't need us.
Though there is a great scene where they turn that on its head.
Yes, the funeral. And this is why we say
no,
this film,
I was
Oh,
thinking of a
I think
different
it's
scene.
Got-
the
let-
bathroom
let-
scene.
The tanning bed.
Mm.
Yes.
Oh,
So,
you mean with the
the
looking at
conversation
the
around the
Yeah.
magazine.
Yes.
yeah.
So, and the thing is, this movie shows that very normal, like calling someone that slur, that slur that I just repeated is a slur for a gay man.
Yeah.
I'll just say something very quickly as we're getting on to the that scene. But it's different. We're blokes.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it's a very blokey thing to say. It's a very Yorkshire thing to say.
Yeah.
Like, for me, it's almost like I've genuinely got gay friends in Yorkshire who I will greet using that slur. But that's because I know them and they know me.
Yeah.
Like, I know you, you know me. Like, I will call you that and you will turn around and call me every bitch whore under the sun. Because that's how our friendship works. That's what we're like. We're northerners. But there's an like, I've got friends who are Asian who I greet with a slur for, and they greet me back with a slur for Pauls. I've genuinely got friends who greet me and go, all right, Paul, like, how you doing? I'm not even joking.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Because,
and that about tracks.
what you say to your friends and what you say in public and what you say to people you don't know are very different things.
Yeah.
Right? I've got friends, look, I'm not Asian, I'm not from Pakistan, but I've genuinely got friends who greet me with that slur because at this point I've been called it so often, I may as well fucking reclaim it.
Yeah.
You know?
I'll just say to reference an earlier episode of Media Musings, it's time for a very important part of your education, Bromley.
Yeah, that's it. Right, and that's what we're saying. Like, I believe that, you know, trans friends, I've genuinely got trans friends who will proudly, and again, repeating what they said for the benefit of the audience, who will proudly stand up and say, yes, I'm a fucking tranny. What are you going to do about it? And do you know what my answer is? Do you want a pint, love? Do you want a pint? I'm going to stand with you when the fuckers come for you.
I'll put it in a. I won't say it on street. I'll put it in a private chat. One of my favourite little. I'll put it in a private chat, but one of my favourite little ones. Someone in the community. Yeah.
And it's one of those things. What you say to your friends is different, but this movie goes out of its way because, like, people think, right? You see friends doing that, and people get the impression that they're also included in that when they're not. And I do need to be very clear that in the late 90s, when he's talking about gay men, he's not being friendly. Like, he's using that as a slur. He is absolutely using that as a slur.
There is a time and a place. That was neither the time nor the place.
Yeah. And you wouldn't be caught dead using that, because you call someone that in public, they're going to take a kick in. They're going to get their head kicked in.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you might as well have called them a nonce.
And
for those who don't know, nonce is a slang term for a paedophile.
Yeah.
One, I mean, that is, the attitude is anything outside of the straight lace, idea of masculinity, 9 to 5 idea of masculinity, you're deviant.
Yes. And if you're deviant, you must be deviant in the worst, most heinous of ways.
Yeah.
Like, we still see it. How many of us are LGBT or allies and have been called groomers? Is the same fucking bigotry. That's what it is, right?
But
I think we've all been called a groomer at least once, haven't we, online?
But let's...
Or as Scummer, have you had the pleasure?
I haven't been called a groomer as such, but someone did ask me if I was a quote unquote tranny, to which my reply was, I thought you guys always knew.
That'll do it.
I mean, I was called as bad as Kent Hovind.
No.
Are we doing the impression?
That's not just insulting, it's wrong.
Oh, God. Yeah. No, I feel like we've probably all been called a few colourful things.
Yeah.
But
So,
that's
like,
up there.
And again, chaos. I speak only for myself, but it if one of my mates greets me with, "Oh, queer, this, that, and the other," water off a duck's back, like we're mates, we've got that.
I mean,
some fucker calls me in a pub or online, you better be ready to throw down.
yeah. I mean, it's like last time we met up, one of the first things we basically said was, "I feel like I don't look queer enough today." But if the football fan sat 2 seats behind us had said, "Oi, queers,"
I'd have turned around and I just kicked off.
Ring, I'll just say, if anyone makes the comparison with you between yourself and Hovind again, maybe you should just change your name to NB06452-017.
But anyways, let's
yeah,
get
the point
more
I'm making,
into detail.
because what we're getting into is this film has 3 important points, 4, where it takes this idea of toxic masculinity that it's showing you and shows you that none of these guys really, like, these guys are struggling with it themselves. So the first time we see it is with Gaz and his son. His son wanders off after they're doing this trip and he finds his son on the roadside. And this, for me, is one of the most heartbreaking moments in cinema. When a man cannot tell his own 11-year-old son, 10, 11-year-old son, that he loves him without hesitating, without adding on "you little bugger" to the end of it. Affectionate, but again, also don't use that word because it's a slur for gay men. Everything's a slur for gay men. The fuck? But if in certain parts of the country someone calls you bugger lugs, though, that's a compliment. That means they love you. But it's, although that also is a slur for deaf people, so don't use that either. But again, but he cannot tell his own son that he loves him.
Yeah.
And it's heartbreaking, right? Because he can't tell his son he loves him, and his son feels awkward when he does. And they've got to laugh it off and josh and joke to make it.
And he has to sort of start by saying, "I like you, kid. I like you," and then he has to sort of say, "I love you. I love you."
And he leans in and lowers his voice.
Yeah.
And, I love you, and it's so heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking, but it's also kind of a good thing, because up until then you felt the distance between Nathan and his dad, and at that moment, I think he was just waiting for his dad to say something like that to him in a way, even though it's embarrassing, whatever. That you see the difference in, like, Nathan's attitude to his dad going from that point. Because he knows, because he knows his dad is, in his own way, is fucking trying,
Like, I appreciate what I'm about to ask may be triggering for at least one person on the stream, whether you want to say or not. I don't know what your situation is, Scummer, but I'm going to ask Chaos, because I know Chaos is a safe person to ask this question. Chaos, when last did your old man say the words "I love you" to you?
Probably a couple of months ago.
Couple of months ago. Do you know when my old man last said "I love you" to me? I remember it clear as day. I was 12-year-old. I said, "Night night, love you." He said, "Night night, love you," because we did that every night. Then the following day we had an argument, and when I said "night night, love you," he didn't fucking answer me, and I went to bed. He's never told me "I love you" since. Not in those words. He's said other stuff, and he's shown it in other ways. Never said the words "I love you" since. That's nigh on 18 years ago. And that is pure. Like, and my mum used to have to nag him to tell me he loved me and tell me you were proud of me.
Sorry, guys, I'm going to step out of the room for a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
This is a bit of a sensitive topic for me.
Yeah. The reason I'm saying this, that toxic masculinity, right? Look, my old man, typical boomer, right? But again, is part of boom. Is like, we talk about typical boomer, can't say he loves you, has no emotional maturity, has no emotional ability. where do you think that comes from? Like, we mock them for it, and in a sense, rightly so, because, like, keep up, it's 2023.
Yeah.
But they're only a product of the culture they were born into and raised into. Like, and it destroys people, and it destroys relationships. You've just seen Scummers had to take a moment. I can see Rings close to tears. I'm
Yeah.
close to tears repeating this. Toxic masculinity destroys relationships. And we see it in this movie. But what this movie does, it goes that one step further. It doesn't just show you it and show you the consequences of it, right? Like this kid who thinks his dad don't love him, who thinks his dad's embarrassing and awkward, right? And suddenly this kid cares because his dad told him he loved him, right? It calls it out. It calls it out there when he tells his son he loves him. And his son responds. Yeah. I appreciate that, Scummer. I didn't mean any harm, and I knew that's why I said before I even said it, it's going to upset people.
Yeah.
But it's an important point to make. That culture of I must be man, I must be provider, I must not feel, I must show no vulnerability. It's a generational curse.
Oh.
It is. It's a generational curse, and it goes back, right? And, you know, I'm in therapy. Let's be clear here. I'm in therapy now because my father didn't have a father figure who told him he loved him. Let's be clear. That's why I'm in therapy right now. Like,
That,
you know.
yeah, I'm sorry that those two particular words were particularly triggering for me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But it is, right? Like,
yeah,
if you grow up and you know, your old man, like, the idea of seeing your old man cry. You ever seen your old man cry? Like, if you've got a boom of... Like, unless his team loses at football or wins at football. Like, my old man rarely even cries at funerals. Like, it was considered, like... And this is the thing, right? My mother's funeral. There's people saying to my dad, people saying to me, oh, your dad's holding it together really well. And you're holding it together really well. I didn't cry at my mother's funeral. Because I'd absorbed that culture of a very masculine, but as the only child, I kind of had to, right? So yeah. I'm not a great, like, but that toxic masculinity, I'd absorbed that culture. And I see it all the time. Guys here, you know, lose their wives. Like, I know a guy who lost his wife last year, lost his son this year. And at both funerals, I don't think I saw him cry. Not even a fucking tear. And he won't cry in front of people. Like, I've tried to talk to him, he won't cry. And he's about my old man's age. And it's this thing, it's the culture they were raised in. It's that. You've got the man of the house. Yes. Yeah. Man of the family, provider, leader. But men have feelings too. Like, men are allowed to feel, men are allowed to cry, men are allowed to be struggling. Like, and this film really shows that. It shows it with Gaz, it shows it with Dave. Yeah. And then it calls it out. When they have the scene with the sunbed and they're over the magazine and they're talking about the woman in the magazine, it's like, her tits are too big. And then they have this beautiful bonding moment where they're all like, well, what if women look at us and start picking out our flaws?
Yeah.
But it's different, we're blokes. You know, there's, again, Scummer's mentioned it in the chat, so I'll bring it up again, because this is apparently an Only Fools and Horses adjacent episode. There's a scene, Dylan Rodney's granddad dies, and they're the main characters, he's the main character as well, and he dies, and the actor had died, that's why they had to write him out of the show. And they get back to the flat, and Del Boy goes to pour a drink, and Rodney turns to Del Boy and he calls him heartless. Because Del Boy's like, held it. Just held it. And Del Boy loses it. Del Boy says, heartless. Heartless. I'm like this because I don't know how else to be. You know, Del Boy's all right. He'll get by on a wink and a prayer. Del Boy, he's got more bounce than Zebedee. And that's what we expect of men.
Yeah.
More bounce than Zebedee. Zebedee is a character from a kids' TV show, Magic Roundabout, who basically, it's a puppet whose legs are a spring. More bounce than Zebedee. If you want to translate it into like a medium that Americans might be familiar with, more bounce than Tigger.
Yeah.
Like that's how you translate that. And that seems heartbreaking. In the middle of a comedy, that seems heartbreaking. And yet you still laugh when he passes that comment because it's true. And like, you get these guys, you know, they've all got their own insecurities. One guy's scared of getting a hard on, one guy can't get one. One guy is scared of being too fat, one guy's scared of being too skinny. One guy's, you know, I'm not big enough, one guy's I'm too big. And that's what this film does. It shows all their insecurities. And yet every one of them, their wives love them for exactly who and what they are. Not for the lies and the toxic masculinity and the pretending he's got a job when he hasn't and how much money he's got in the bank. They love them for who they are.
You know, to quote Gene, you know, after Dave says, "Who would want to see me dance?" You know, Gene says, "I would."
I would. Yeah.
That's a lovely moment in this movie because it's like that sudden realization from that she loves him who he is, no matter what.
Yeah, she calls him big man, and she's not having to go at his weight. She means it affectionately.
Yeah,
she calls him big man in this movie. Yeah, and it's a big man, but a big man is not a man who carries it all on his own shoulders and treats his wife almost like another child. A big man's a man who can talk to his wife, tell her the truth about how he's feeling, and build his confidence from there. That's what a big man is. And like that's such an important message for this movie. And I'm so sorry that I upset you, Scummer. Like I know,
no. It's you didn't mean to. I was take a few minutes
leading to that, like because I knew like Ring obviously lost their old man a few months ago. Yeah. I don't know what your situation is, but like
I'll talk about it off camera.
Yeah.
Right?
No, that's fine. You don't have to say anything you don't want to say. But that's the point I'm making, right? And I guarantee you, I'm not the only one whose old man ain't told them they love him in that long. Like, you know, it's... And obviously my situation with my old man's different because we don't talk, but that shouldn't... Like, 12-year-old shouldn't be the last time you hear a parent tell you they love you. While they're still alive. Do you know what I mean? Like... Yeah. It's a and I know Scummer really wanted to dig into the toxic masculinity that's shown in this movie.
I mean, hey, look, you know, there we go. See, I'm a product of my own suggestion in this movie, but I mean, I think there's like this whole thing where, as a guy, you're expected to be a bit.
Can I just?
I don't know.
You're supposed to.
I'd hate to. I don't know if I'd use the word stoic or not, but like you know, like but the whole thing of you know how like
definitely the cultural understanding of stoic.
Yeah, the culture rather than the philosophy, like because you know I think the common misunderstanding, and you'd be better placed. Both you and Chaos would probably be way better placed to talk about this than me, but I think there's a misapprehension about stoicism. It's about repressing your emotions. It's about mastering your emotions, and there's a key difference between.
There is a difference, yeah, and that is the key difference. Like most people think stoic, they think it's someone who doesn't feel, or if they do feel, doesn't show it. A stoic is someone who feels their emotions, masters them, and channels them appropriately. Like that's the difference. You know, you can always tell the difference between someone who understands stoicism and someone who doesn't. Because if someone who understands stoicism gets bad news, they'll go, Okay, now what? If someone who doesn't understand stoicism but thinks they're a stoic gets bad news, they'll go, "Oh, for fuck," and it'll be like the world's ended because they'll explode.
Yeah.
Because stoicism is not about repression; it's about control and acceptance.
Yeah.
Like the true stoic accepts everything as it comes. You know, it's very much in line with kind of Christian serenity prayer. Like that's a very neo-stoic thing.
A thing in media that I think is a reasonable representation of stoicism, even if it's not presented as that way, is specifically the way Qui-Gon Jinn treats emotions.
You're gonna have to go for a Western, yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna be losing it on Star Wars references here.
You're gonna lose me. I thought you were talking about an anime, so there you go.
No,
but I get where you're coming from. I get where you're coming from with Qui-Gon.
Yeah.
Yes, he is kind of like the ultimate stoic in.
Yeah,
so
the
Qui-Gon is basically a Jedi who says, "Fuck your legalism. I'm gonna follow the Force and let the Force guide me and process my emotions."
Yeah, it's it's a lot of people. Wusa, que sera sera. It's that mentality of what will be, and I'll meet it when it does, because what's the worst that can happen?
Yeah.
Whereas the toxic masculinity version of stoicism in its extremes is Andrew Tate. And you can absolutely see the line between the way the guys behave in this movie or think they're required to behave and Andrew Tate and that kind of wanker, right?
Yeah.
And I say wanker because there's no way any like self-respecting woman's actually fucking them, assuming they're straight, obviously.
Can you just not be Noodle? Can I just stop you? Could you not be so insulting to wankers as to compare them to Andrew Tate? You know.
Yeah, I apologise to all the wankers in the world, but not the ones that are also Tories, because Tory wankers are a different breed. But yeah, but even that comment I make of no woman would sleep, that's based in toxic masculinity.
Yeah.
Even what you did, Scummer, you made the joke right at the start when I said Scummer wanted to discuss the toxic masculinity. We went, yeah, so it's my own fault. I got upset.
Yeah.
And again, it's that dismissal, that minimizing of men's feelings. And of men, and that thing that the sexualization that feeds into it as well. Like we do it; it's part of our culture. We do it. I would hope now that we're both aware of it, we will do it less. But it's so ingrained in our culture we don't notice it, and we notice it in films from 25 years ago because things have changed a little bit. But I guarantee you, and the reason I've just pointed that out is because I know, if YouTube's still going in 20 years and the algorithm feeds this stream to some poor fucker who gets stuck on it, and they hear me and you just saying that, they're gonna go, they've got a fucking nerve talking about toxic masculinity with the shit they're coming out with.
Let's just put it this way in relation to this film about strip culture and whatever. The last time I got dragged to a strip club. Okay, was
you got dragged.
Actually,
you sure about that?
I actually quite reluctantly, yes.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, let's put it this way: who's the fucking sado in the room that actually ends up having a discussion about philosophy with a stripper?
I mean, to be fair, I went out to a gay club once and ended up discussing the.
And actually, I would say this: she fucking knew way more than I did. She'd have given Chaos a run for their money. Actually,
but yeah,
I'll say
this is the thing. We laugh at that because it sounds like a joke. It sounds like a Russian reversal. But why should it be?
Yeah.
Why should that be a joke? I find it funny as well. That's fucking hilarious to be stripper with a degree in philosophy.
Oh Christ! I got.
I suppose it's better than.
I will say, unfortunately, she was into Nietzsche a little bit, but okay.
Everyone's got faults, right? You can't be beautiful, clever, and have a good philosophy.
I don't know, just like the mental image of someone sitting in a strip club, just discussing philosophy with the dancer.
I've genuinely got this mental image of you sat there, right? And you've got like a pint of ale in front of you. And then there's this woman covered in sequins wearing a feather boa with like a wine glass and you're just chatting for... That's the mental image I've got.
Can I actually just say, this is my little test for like, when you get like these bot accounts DM you that are from like really look like really gorgeous women.
Mm.
My bot test is when I asked them, what's your thoughts on Hume's problem of induction?
Brilliant, I love it. But like, this is the thing.
Yeah.
Even like, I imagine the stripper with a glass of wine. Until I was about 24, I wouldn't drink anything but lager in public because it was too girly if you drank anything but lager. And I wasn't girly. I wasn't like other girls because, I was raised in that school of feminism. I've outgrown it since then. I drink gin now. And yeah, let's not go there. But again, it's all the toxic masculinity, right? What, Scummer? Go on, you drinking like regular guy pubs. What would happen if you walked into your local and ordered a Tia Maria?
All right, Del Boy.
Yeah. Or what would happen if you walked in and ordered a girl drink?
Yeah, I know what you say. Yeah, I mean, again, we keep going back to Only Fools here. Okay, one of my favourite little gags of this is when Boise and Del Boy are having a bet on what the next guy who comes into the pub is going to drink. And I forget the exact.
Boise says half a lager, and Del Boy says a pina colada with extra pineapple and an extra umbrella or something.
Del Boy says, "Oh, he's gonna have a pint," and Boise's like, "Oh, he's gonna have a cocktail or something like that." And the guy walks, and Del Boy says, "Don't worry, I've seen the next guy come." And he's this big flipping guy in like working class overalls.
Navvy, yeah.
This navvy just walks into the pub. I'll have a Bacardi and Coke, please, or something.
In the thickest Irish accent.
Yeah.
and it's like, they've both seen him, but Boise looked at him and expected him to order a pint or a pint of Guinness or a pint of lager. Del Boy looked at him, knows him, and knows his drink's a cocktail.
Yeah.
And again, it's all that toxic masculinity, right?
Something, ordering a drink covered in whipped cream in a certain assassin's bar.
Yeah. But no, straight up, right? Straight up, honest to God, on my mother's grave, I know, I can name you half a dozen that if I went drinking with, they wouldn't order half a pint of anything because half a pint's a woman's drink.
I could do the same very easily.
Not because it's more expensive, because it's a woman's drink.
Yeah, it is the whole thing. A lot, half a lager. That's what girls drink.
Yeah.
That's what. It's like the Al Murray joke, isn't it? Pint for the lads, or a glass of white wine, or a fruit-based drink for the ladies.
So, given the fact that I only drink a Coke when I'm out in a pub, what does that make me?
A lightweight.
Perfect.
Look. There are levels, right? And it kind of goes.
And as much as we say that at the same time.
Yeah, it kind of goes working man, woman, working woman, lightweight. Like that's the hierarchy here. But it is a thing, like,
yeah.
I am very proud of the fact, right, as a Northern AFAB person who, look, outside of these streams and my social media, anyone asks, I'm a Northern lass. I'm a woman. Because I ain't getting into that shit. I'm not getting into that with people who still think, Gary Glitter's gay. Let's not go there. We're getting there. That's why I created that segue so we can jump to it in a minute.
Yeah. A more innocent time.
But I'm very proud of the fact, very stereotype of a Yorkshire woman. Yorkshire woman, she'll drink you under the table. Like Yorkshiremen go for women who can hold drink. Like Yorkshire, like it, Yorkshire, God's own country, where the men are men and so are the women. It's there's this masculine, and we all play up to it. We all play up to it, and I'm sure Chaos said we all play up to it.
Oh yeah.
Like I wouldn't dream of walking into a pub in Bradford and ordering a fucking glass of wine.
Basically, Chuck Norris makes Yorkshire lasses jokes.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. It's like I could not imagine going into, I don't know, just to pick a place semi near me. I cannot imagine going into fucking Leeds even and not having to double check what sort of bar I'm in before ordering a drink.
Yeah. Like is the floor sticky? Are the seats that weird? They look like bus seats, but they're not, but they're also nicotine stained, even though smoking ban's been in 15 years. Is it dark wood bar? If the bars make a dark bars made of dark wood, you're not ordering wine because he ain't got any. Right? If it's got football posters on the wall, your options are lager and lager. Maybe bitter if you're lucky.
I know it's completely unrelated to this stream, but the joke in is it men behaving badly when Tony gets a job at the local pub thinking he's going to be a cocktail waiter, and he asks, when am I going to learn to make cocktails? Oh, you mean shandies?
Yeah, shandies, lager with a splash of lime or lemonade.
Yeah. So
anyways,
you were segueing.
Yeah, so we were segueing from that because there's also this toxic masculinity feeds into the homophobia as well. Like the idea that the men are threatened by the fact that a woman can piss standing up is very telling. But this film, like, we didn't know about Gary Glitter in 1997. Everyone just assumed Gary Glitter was, and again, I repeat it once for the sake of the audience, just another queer. Like, everyone assumed, like, and the thing is, in the minds of a lot of people, and this is what you have to grasp, the word queer and the word paedophile are synonyms. You have to grasp that in Britain, especially in the north, right? People didn't care when Gary Glitter went to prison because they were like, but I thought we all knew. Like, they knew that there is no way it's an accident that a Gary Glitter song plays while they're stripping and being arrested for indecent exposure while there's a kid in the room. There's no way that's a fucking accident.
And let's put this to the front. This movie came out before any of the things about Gary Glitter was known publicly.
Everyone knew about Gary Glitter. Just like they knew about Jimmy Savile. Everyone fucking knew.
It was, but I mean, like, by and large,
it was conflated with his queerness. And so this is why, like, everyone knew, but they just assumed, that's how gay men are. Like, that's what it was like. Like, most people where I live, like, I genuinely know people who think Gary Glitter's not a paedophile, he's just a gay man who got done before the laws changed. Like, there's genuinely people who think that because they conflate being gay, being LGBT, being trans with being a nonce, with being a paedophile, with being a pervert, criminally.
Yeah.
And this film, like, it touches on that, but it doesn't tease that out. But like,
I mean, but the thing is, let's be honest, we still got to bear in mind when this film was made, like Gary Glitter records, you'd still hear them on the radio. This was not
because it had not been done. It'd not been caught.
Yeah, it hadn't been caught. It was about 2 years later when all the stuff about him came to light, actually. But I mean, it's a bit more weird when, like, in 2019 in the movie Joker that they used Gary Glitter's Rock and Roll Part 2, and it had a much more. And if we ever do Joker, we'll talk about this, but it had such a more eerie connotation to it than what it would have in this movie.
Like, the thing is, like, there's a certain thing in British culture, and I do want to touch on it. Like, Sinead O'Connor died this week.
Yeah.
Sinead O'Connor in the late 80s was standing up on stage and calling out paedophile Catholic priests in Ireland. And
Yeah.
she got destroyed for it. They destroyed her career over it. When she stood up and she tore a photograph of John Paul and she said they're paedophiles and they're this and they're that and the other. Don't forget, the Magdalena Sisters as a film was already out.
Mm.
So we knew exactly what they were doing. But they
Sinead
still
was
destroyed her for it because she dared say it.
I always I couldn't understand why in later years. I mean, I don't know the spiritual journey that Sinead was going on, but for such an outspoken woman, suddenly becoming a Muslim was really weird to me. But because Sinead was like the most outspoken, did not give a fuck.
Yeah, like if she'd have come out as like,
I mean, she
like,
sort of openly supported the IRA when she was on top of the when she was on literally her song "Nothing Compares to You" was #1 in the charts for like 2 months, and she and she would come out at that time and not give a fuck. She'd openly be supportive of the IRA.
Yeah, calling for the reunification of Ireland and everything else, and you know she was doing that, and then, so we knew, right? People say they didn't know about Jimmy Savile. Like, and all the other ones who've been caught out. They knew. Of course they fucking knew. Like, the best one, like, I remember having this conversation with my parents when I was about 15, right? About Freddie Mercury. Now, Freddie Mercury was not a paedophile. Putting that out there right at the start. But I remember watching, like, I dare you to watch the music video to I Want to Break Free and tell me that man's straight and cis. Like, I'm not being funny. Watch him on stage, watch him talking. And people genuinely thought he was straight before he came out.
I'll give you a better example of that, because I think a lot of us knew about Freddie, but I'll give you a better example. The heavy metal band Judas Priest.
Mm-hmm.
If you, this is the thing that back in the 80s, Rob Halford was seen as like the alpha male, like kind of, and you know, like that screwed all these girls or whatever. Yet if you look, if it's so obvious now, if you look at Rob Halford's gear or whatever,
he's absolutely a kinky fucker. Yeah.
And he admitted that a lot of what he did, like the band's image from Judas Priest, was he said that like he was in the closet for a long time, and he used to visit a few BDSM shops, so we say, like leather gear and stuff.
Yeah.
And he kind of like, because if you'd seen Judas Priest at one time, they looked like a hippie band. Then all of a sudden they're coming out with like these like skin tight leather with studs and spikes coming
they look like.
And Rob Halford's coming out there with a fucking whip on stage and like a police officer's hat.
Police hat, yeah.
Oh, you know, and it's like, but it's weird. Like it's like gay audiences knew where the fuck this was coming from, but metal audiences were like
you want to talk about
Rob Halford's the man. He's macho, you know.
Yeah, you want to talk about queer coding like that, just that.
Yeah,
and like a lot of the other albums did. Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Like there was that period where, like, if you wanted to be a musician in the UK, you had to wear a leather jacket, a leather police hat, and like a tank top under it. Like that was the look. And you know, the whip was optional but highly preferred. And no one gave a shit. But they didn't give a shit because they didn't know. Right? And so they took that mental. David Bowie. Again, people denied what they could see. They denied the evidence in front of their eyes, right? And Section 28's got a lot to fucking answer for this. Like, people did not know what they were looking at. But it's all bound up in that toxic masculinity of power, strength, control, dominance. Like you've mentioned kink, so let's go there. Dominance. But the men, like, that's an act. It's an act. Like, there are people who are naturally more dominant, either sexually or otherwise, but everyone needs support. Everyone needs care. Everyone needs space to be themselves, right? And not to put on a face. Bless you.
Thank you.
So, and it's this thing of the toxic masculinity, and they slowly dismantle throughout this film that toxic masculinity. He tells his son he loves him. They have the conversation over the magazine, and then there's the final bit that I've talked around at the funeral. So, and again, if you want to talk about queer coding, these two guys have been caught stark bollard naked, running through the gardens trying to get away from the police, and they end up in the center and they stand up and they just look at each other. Now, as a fan fiction reader, and as someone who watches a lot of romance movies, like that's what that moment is, right? They're looking into each other's eyes. Oh, I fancy you. Like that, if they'd have been straight, that scene would have ended in a kiss, right? That's what that scene was there for.
Yeah. By the way, this is what I was on about with Rob Halford out of Judas Priest. That both images are him. The one on the
Please,
left.
sir, can I have a safe word?
Yeah. Picture on the left was when Judas Priest were at their height, and a lot of people didn't realise he was a gay man.
Last time I saw someone dressed like that, I was at Pride.
Yeah. Okay.
You know,
Let me get rid of that. So yeah.
But
for reference.
So you've got that set up, but it's never said explicitly. Like in that scene, you have to pick up on it. Then at the funeral, they stood by the car. Gaz and Dave stood by the car looking, and Lambo's mum's died. Beautiful funeral, beautiful, you know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to mention Abide With Me, Noodle?
I'm going to talk about this and then follow through with follow on with Abide With Me. And Dave and Gaz and this is what happens at the end of funerals. Like people just sort of fritter about. I don't know if Americans do this, but people just kind of hang around near cars and stuff and just because they're all waiting to find out, like, are we going? Is there a reception somewhere? Is there a wake somewhere?
Is there a wake?
Yeah. Like, where is it? Where are we going? Does anyone need a lift? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
And they stood there and they're looking at this grave, and they're obviously waiting for him, right? Because it's their mate. You know, they probably drove him there. If they didn't have a family car for the funeral. And they're like, they're holding hands. And it's very telling that the only time they feel safe to hold hands is when everyone else has left the graveside.
Yeah.
But B, he only feels safe to hold hands with the fella he likes after his mother has died.
Yeah.
Which again is very telling because there's no mention of a father. So you assume she outlived her husband. But there's also, like, they're only holding hands. And also, they're only willing to do it in a moment where they're already emotionally vulnerable. Like, he's just lost his mother.
Yeah.
Like, he's got to be that low before he's willing to show publicly any sign of affection towards the person he's with.
You and Jean don't even hold hands.
Exactly. Men don't hold hands. That's girly. It's womanly. It's weak. It's all of that. And all of those things add up. And like some of it's homophobia, some of it's toxic masculinity, comes potato, you know? And then they're holding, are they holding hands? I think they are, you know. You and Jane don't even. And then the line. There's a moment of silence, and then Dave just comes out and goes, there's not as queer as fuck. Oh, well, not as queer as fuck. And like, everything in this movie up until that point, you would have expected those two guys to spread it around the town that they're a pair of queers, to, you know, not want to dance with him anymore because fucking hell is he looking at us and all. But no, there's not as queer as fuck. And then they laugh at the comment.
Yeah.
Like they laugh at their own.
I do feel because this was a funny moment. I laughed my ass off at this one, but I think maybe yourself, Noodle, yourself, and Cal, so you'd back me up on this. That saying, "Now as queer as folk," is like a saying in Northern England, and it's
that's the unofficial Yorkshire motto.
Yeah, it's actually quite an term of endearment. It's like, kind of means like, hey, these kind of people that make the world go round. You know, that's kind of what it
when
means.
you say it's like if someone said to you, "Oh, I'm queer, I'm this," and you went, "Oh, there's no as queer as fuck." What you're basically saying is, "Look, you're still a fucking human being to me. I don't care." That's basically what you're saying with that comment. It's like there's no as queer as folk is one of those things that comes out of Yorkshire because no is a very Yorkshire way of saying the word, but you know that's a Yorkshire motto. That's up there with like put kettle on love and again put kettle on love. Fucking, I need to turn this accent down. But it's up there with sort of put kettle on love and fuck Man United.
Do you know what's a real funny one? Is when
that's not an exclusively Yorkshire saying, Noodle.
No, it's not, but it probably originated here, let's be honest. Plus, we're the ones who fight it every year.
Either in Yorkshire or Liverpool, to be fair.
I think I have relatives who have used the phrase "now as queer as folk," but they meant queer in a slightly older definition.
Yes. There's no it basically it's just like it's going, oh, people are weird, whatever. Let them get on with it.
Yeah, so it's like it's really funny because my nana said "now as queer as folk" to me when I was younger. Then when I did in fact turn out to be queer, she was concerned.
I mean, there's no as queer as folk, but there's queer and then there's you, Chaos.
There's queer and then there's queer.
But again, I can say that because I'm Chaos's friend. Anyone else says that to you, I'm gearing up for that. It's a saying like "no as queer as folk," "ilkley more bad tat," "hey up Chuck." It's just a normal
Hey up
thing.
Chuck, there's that one. I've not heard that for years.
Hey up Chuck, how do love? It's like Chaos. What I'm about to read is 2 parts of a complete conversation. All right. It's a complete conversation in Yorkshire.
Full conversation. Yeah. That is the conversation you have with the guy at the bus stop when you can both see the bus coming.
Yeah. All right. And that's a full conversation.
Oh yeah, maybe with an after you thrown in at the end, but that's it.
Yeah, after you love, like I still like. For me, it's a matter of pride. It's a matter of pride for me that when the Tour de France came to Yorkshire, they had to release an instruction to the volunteers of the Tour de Yorkshire not to call people love because they might get offended.
Yes, something similar to that actually went round some of the local Facebook groups where there were people who were being like, please be careful, these people are out of town, or from out of town.
Yeah, you can't get away with calling them love, duck and darling, they'll think you're hitting on them. Like, I'm not being funny, I call the bus driver love, I call the taxi driver love, I call the barista love. And there's a great, if you can ever find it, there's an interview with Gandalf.
Ian McKellen,
where he tells the story of going home to Manchester. Comes out of Piccadilly train station, gets in a taxi, and the taxi driver says to him, "Where to, love?" And he says that's the moment he knew he was home.
Oh because you hear love and you're like, finally,
I'm home.
Civilization.
I'm home.
Yeah. Which is another thing. Look,
just a little bit of love.
Yeah, and the part of the country I'm from, that wouldn't go down so well if you said love. It wouldn't go down as, it's not, it wouldn't go down quite as well in the part of the UK I'm from, where
it don't go down well in London.
It's like, yeah.
If I suspect the person who I'm talking to is a southerner, I will swap it from love to hun.
To be honest, if I hear the term love from someone with a Yorkshire or Lancashire accent, I kind of know not to take offence because I kind of know, okay.
Yeah, but it's like, look, when I call someone darling, when I'm like, "You're right, darling. You're right, love." Yeah. When I call someone darling, "Oh, you're right, dear. How you doing, dear?" Yeah, don't quite fit in my particular accent, but in certain parts of Yorkshire it fits. Is me saying that is very different to David Cameron standing in the House of Commons and telling an MP to calm down, dear.
Yeah.
It means
Well,
something different.
It's like it's just like like the term love or whatever. I said that to let's just say like a woman behind the bar here, and just say, "Hey, can I have a pint of whatever love or whatever?" That come off as in my part of the country, it'd be quite condescending. It'd be like
Whereas up here,
it would be bordering on sex pest.
Yeah.
know?
Whereas
here, if you don't say to bartender, if you don't say, "I'll have a pint, love," and whatever you're having and all, she's gonna think she's done something wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if I went into my local pub, I might get funny look if I didn't say something along the lines of, "Can I have a double vodka and Coke?"
Thanks, love. Yeah, thanks, love. Yeah. Even when you're in the supermarket and cashier is finished, thanks, love. Have a good day. Like that's, and this is the thing. Like this film really captures for me the tension between toxic masculinity and the idea that in Yorkshire everyone's a love.
Yeah.
Everyone's welcome. Everyone's a love. You're home. It captures that tension, and it captures like men have got a hard fucking time dealing with this shit, right? Like, because trying to be a Yorkshireman and trying to be a Londoner are two very different cultural ideas, and they react in different ways, right? A Londoner is a guy in a sharp suit, bit of a yuppie, 2 mobile phones, a briefcase,
Well,
Wall Street.
But I've known some. I've actually been fortunate enough to meet some like proper old school working class Cockneys.
Yeah, you gotta love Cockney. And
I will say, like, my hatred of Londoners does not extend to them.
Yeah, so like when we dig the pit around London, we're going to invite the Cockneys to come over the bridge first.
Damn right, yeah. So,
that actually,
hell, even some of the EastEnders and the Northerners.
Well, Cockneys are the EastEnders in a sense.
There's a big,
but you know what I mean.
There's a big difference between certain types of Londoners versus, say, people from the slightly fancier end of southwest London.
Okay, so let me give you an idea of the kind of London. When I say bloody Londoners, the kind of Londoner I'm talking about. I've got a cousin, lives down London, never been out of London in the life. We had a conversation and they were talking, I'm going to come up and I'm going to see you in Bradford. I was like, okay, cool. And I might nip over to Trafford Centre. And I was like, how far away do you think the Trafford Centre is? It's only so far on a map, I can walk it. I was like, good fucking luck. Good fucking luck. Good luck walking
the Trafford Centre from Bradford. That's a good one.
Yeah. And I was like, do yourself a favour before you book that trip. Look at a fucking map.
Yeah, you just go into Google Maps and just literally go Bradford Interchange to Trafford Centre.
Yeah. I think it's like 70 miles or something daft. 43 miles, maybe?
It's
either way, it's a walking distance.
Basically, where I live is about 70 miles from London. So
yeah. And it's like, do you go to Trafford Centre on weekend with your friends? I've never been to Trafford. I've been to Trafford Centre 3 times in my life, and once I didn't even go in because I was going to a hotel near it, and I were only there because I was going to a Comic-Con near it.
It's all right. Your uncle in Canada will keep an eye on you.
Yeah, no, genuinely. Like when we were talking about me coming over there, right? And when I was talking to him and I told my old man I'm going to Baltimore, his genuine answer was, you've got an uncle in Manhattan. I was just like, yeah, I've got family in London as well. Do you want to invite them to come knock on my door? like I get it. Like we don't, the distances don't compute for us. Like, and I struggle with the same. Like I look at the map and I'm thinking New York's there, Dulles Airport's there, JFK's there. Baltimore's only there. I can do that in 20 minutes in a car. Like, that's how my brain computes that, because that distance on a British map is a 10-minute walk.
Yeah.
Like, it's just different.
Yeah, there's a big difference between I mean, hell, even if you pick two cities that are kind of close together somewhere, like Austin and San Marcos or something,
Yeah.
it's like that's still a half-hour drive, but it looks like I could walk it in 15 minutes.
Chaos. There's a non-stop train from New York, Dulles Airport to Baltimore city centre, right?
Yeah.
It takes 35 minutes. If you get on a train non-stop in England, 35 minutes, where are you going to end up?
Manchester from here, maybe?
Yeah. No, non-stop. No stops along the way.
Oh, non-stop. Oh, yeah, no.
Like an LNER or something.
Yeah, no, you'll get...
halfway to fucking London.
Yeah, I was going to say you get past Birmingham easily.
Like, Leeds to London on the train's only 2 hours.
Yeah,
And
it's
that's
2
with
hours and 6
stops.
minutes from Manchester.
Yeah. So, like, and again, we've gone off topic, but the reason I'm pointing all this out, right? The culture in Britain. Like, if you go in America and you travel 10 miles in any direction, you're probably still in the same zip code. Right?
Yeah.
If you travel 10 miles in any direction in the north of England, you speak
accent.
a different language, you're lost, and the name of the town's unpronounceable.
Yeah, it's like, who the fuck took me to Withenshaw, and why am I here?
Withenshaw, yeah. Oh, you know, it always makes me laugh. I get on the train and I hear Polton Lafide. I thought that was a character from the King Arthur legends. He's on the way to Blackpool, apparently. Or maybe Manchester. I don't know. I don't fucking know geography.
It'll probably be on one of the Blackpool lines that goes via Piccadilly.
Yeah. But this is the thing, and the culture in Britain is like, the first time I went to Leeds, I asked someone directions, and they told me to go down a Ginnell, and I didn't know what that was.
Yeah, it's like if I say to you, "Oh, I just crookled the other day."
You just what?
Crookled.
The fuck does that mean?
Went over on my ankle. And anyone who knows that word and knows where it's from now immediately knows within a couple of miles where I live.
Noodle, it's Red Rose talk. It's Red Rose talk.
Fucking another reason to add to the list to go back to war.
Yeah.
I speak fucking English.
It means go over on your ankle.
You know, these fucking red roses and these fucking Lancashire lot, they've got a fucking nerve chatting about immigrants when they don't even speak fucking English.
It's not even like a Red Rose thing, though. Like, genuinely, if you go outside of the town I live in...
Oh, no, I'm fully aware that is 90% of the joke.
Well, it's like,
oh, yeah.
I've got to say...
I just don't need to clarify for people who might not be aware that we're being humorous here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of, in a way, I'm kind of envious of you guys that I feel like a lot of your local identity and dialect and so on is still alive, but I feel like in Hampshire, it's dying. It's like the local, like if like years ago or whatever, if I'd said, "Oh bloody, I've been stung by a jasper," everyone in Hampshire would know what the fuck I meant. Now no one means what it. Jasper is an old Hampshire term for a wasp. You know, from I've been stung by a But that was
from context and knowing the accent, I could have gathered that.
I swear that 20 years ago, if I'd said I've been bloody jaspers or I've been stung by a jasper, everyone would know what the fuck I meant. Now nobody has a clue.
It's like, if you want to hear a thick version of my accent, right? There's a show on Amazon Prime called Clarkson's Farm. And yes, I'm aware it's Clarkson, so you just have to grin and bear it, right? But there's a guy on there who's born and raised Yorkshireman. And his accent is so thick that they put subtitles on when he's talking. And even sometimes the subtitles can't grasp what he's saying. And it's a standing joke that no one understands a fucking word this guy's coming out with. But that's the old Yorkshire Like that was like his farm's in the Cotswold, but the guys, well, that's a Cotswold accent. But that's the old dialects are so thick. Like you've got to understand, up north, we're all descended from fucking Vikings. Well, those of us whose parents didn't come here in the 50s.
Oh yeah, you know, I mean, where I am, we kick those fuckers out. You can back them. We kick those fuckers
Yeah, but
out.
you had the Romans, so like you were no better.
Yeah, that's true. But you had both. You had both.
Yeah, I mean, we survived both.
Well, and also, not to mention the Angles and the Saxons and the Jutes.
And the Danes. Don't forget the Danes. They get really annoyed if you forget the Danes.
And the
Well,
French.
we can't. Yeah, we don't really. I mean, really, we should say the Danes or the Norse rather than Vikings, really. But,
Yeah, because Viking was a job description, not a nationality. But yeah.
Yeah.
But like even that, when you look at the cultures, like because I got a little bit obsessed with Danish cinema a couple of years ago.
Matt,
idea why.
To Mads Mikkelsen.
No idea why.
Nothing to see here.
Yeah, but
it had no bearing on us covering a certain drinking movie at all.
But I mean, okay, talking about that drinking movie, the culture of drinking in that movie.
Yeah,
I don't know about anyone else, but that was familiar to me. Like not the running around the pond until you throw your guts up, but generally the drinking culture. Like when the wife passes the comments of, I don't care how much you drink, every fucker in this country drinks. Like,
Thank.
Welcome to Yorkshire.
Yeah.
Yeah. Welcome to Yorkshire, where the kids are born with a pint and a flat cap.
It's like,
when does the whippet show up?
The whippet shows up on your 3rd birthday when you're old enough to walk it. If you live long enough, you get a pipe on your 18th. You know, it's all like, and these guys are smack in the middle of that confluence of factors, right? And yes, there's toxicity in it, but this film, in a very Yorkshire way, right? In those ways we talked about, the funeral scene, the magazine scene, even the fact that they decide they're going to be strippers, which, yeah, that's a bit weird for guys. Dismantles that. Like this film, like it genuinely looks down the camera and says, "Fat is a feminist issue." I don't know how, but it is. Like this film looks down the camera and tells you that it's a feminist deconstruction of toxic masculinity.
And I'm so glad you called this stream a feminist issue, Ring. I love that line. Fat is a feminist issue.
You have Noodle to thank for that.
Okay, I thought I might do have, because. But it's just the fact that what does that mean? It's like Gerald's like, it's Gerald who makes the quote, "Fat is a feminist issue." What's that supposed to mean? I don't bloody know. You know, it's like
he's clearly seen it in a woman's magazine.
Yeah, he's read it in Cosmopolitan or something, or seen the
he's seen it on the front of his wife's OK
magazine.
He's
seen the headline in Cosmopolitan or OK or something, and then he's honestly no fucking idea what that.
Early 2000s, that line could absolutely have been a Guardian op-ed.
Yeah.
Like, but this is the thing, right? This movie is bringing up those, and it's really hard to explain that in the late 90s and early 2000s, yes, we had the "I'm not like other girls" feminism, but that gave way very quickly to feminism is for all, feminism is for everyone, feminism is inclusive. Feminism isn't just about bringing women up. It's about bringing men up. Like, feminism doesn't say women wrap up because men can't control themselves. Feminism says, why are we assuming men are mindless animals? Men are better than that, and they deserve better than that. That's what early 2000s feminism was.
I've got to say, because obviously I'm a product of this time when this was growing up or whatever. And I would have, at this time this movie was released, I probably would have viewed feminism as something that's trying to take away from me or
Bra burners
guy.
and women
Okay.
in
Yeah, it's like
in power suits. Yeah.
I would have had that view. You know, that it's feminism is this thing that's trying to take away from men or whatever. And yeah, it probably wasn't till like maybe the mid 2000s that I suddenly realised that you kind of get a lot further along with these things, and you actually realise that things like actually exploitation of women isn't beneficial to men either.
And of course, nowadays,
it's like feminism in the
and
early
the whole
2000s.
point of the feminist movement was to it's to basically it's the whole rising tide lifts all boats is what
basically. And the thing is, feminism in the early 2000s was also involved in things like censorship and sexuality and everything else, because feminism in the early 2000s says no, what is empowering is the choice, whether you wear a burqa or a bikini, whether you are gay, straight or bi or trans, the empowerment is in the choice.
and
right?
And nowadays, the only people who call themselves feminists who want to take away from others are reactionary and fascist adjacent.
Yeah.
Adjacent is generous.
It's like, waiter, excuse me, I didn't order the swerf and turf. You know, can we not? Like, I remember feminism when feminism was sex workers deserve protection and sex workers deserve rights and protection under the law. And we should be looking to legalize sex work and bring it in-house, tax it and control it to keep the women safe who were doing it.
Yeah.
I remember when feminism said, I don't care if you're gay, trans, bi, whatever, as long as it's your choice. And the only person who can say whether it's your choice is you. Feminism said, I wear a bikini and you wear a burqa, and I'm empowered and so are you. Because we've made that free choice. That's what feminism was fighting for. And then somewhere around, like, 2016, it just went off the fucking... A lot of shit went off the rails in 2016.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of shit went off the rails in 2016.
Yeah.
But that went off the rails around 2016.
It feels like time started slowing down in 2012 and it stopped in 2016.
Well, I
and
mean...
then like a weird ergosphere since.
Well, I mean, heck, in 2018... The channel punching bag hadn't gone mask off yet.
Yeah, like we did Harry Potter themed things on our honeymoon in 2018, and I had no problem doing that. Like, we would sort of say quietly, like, you would bring, if you met another Harry Potter fan, you would bring into the conversation very quickly that you were queer to make sure they were that sort of Harry Potter fan. Like, it was there. It was there, but it wasn't, she's gone full mask off, don't you dare be seen wearing a Slytherin scarf. Like, it just...
Yeah.
You know, I make a point, like, I have a tattoo on my arm that is Harry Potter themed. I make a point, if I'm wearing short sleeves anywhere, of also wearing some kind of Pride merch or rainbow merch. Because if people see that tattoo on my arm, and don't see something else to counteract it, they're going to assume I'm like that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's a bit like how I'm sat here, like, wearing my Mjolnir in public is great, but I also feel the need to wear, like a BLM badge or something.
Yeah, so people don't think I'm a fascist.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm sure Scummer can, when he gets back, can speak to that about, you know, being Norse and people, like, ancient fans of it, like, Hellenists, Norse, what's the other one? Hellenist, Norse.
Which
fans of ancient Rome, former Harry Potter fans, all holding hands. I promise I'm not a fascist club.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe throw Italians in there.
Italians, yeah.
Yeah, just
Germans.
Like, just the swords in the center meme.
Yeah. Like everyone throwing a sword. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the things as well, is that very often there is like a done badly or done wrong version of the things that are fine. So it's very much like, let's not get mistaken for that group of people.
Yeah, it's like it has actively become a dog whistle on Twitter. If you see an account that's got a white statue as a profile picture and mentions Marcus Aurelius anywhere within the last 20 tweets or in the bio, that's a fascist.
Yeah.
Like, and again, the reason I'm bringing all this up, like, it's all, like, all these things. I'm not saying the characters in this movie are fascist. I'm not saying that, but when you water it down and it's public, and this movie goes out of its way to deconstruct that, right?
Yeah.
There was no reason for those guys to be sat in a room looking at a women's magazine and discussing that, you know, her tits are not big enough or her tits are too big. And then for that conversation to lead to, but what if they say that about us? But it's different, Web looks. No, it's not. And that conversation to happen. Like, and this is a film from 1997. Like, I'm starting to feel like the golden years of cinema for like progressive politics were like 1995 to 2017-ish.
Yeah.
You know? And especially when that's bound, like, and when we're talking about casual homophobia and sexism, we're talking about he's so casual he's willing to do it in front of his kid.
Yeah.
Like, it's so casual that, you know, like, the idea that, okay, when they're at the funeral and they said, oh, well, there's no as queer as folk, and then, like, they're not just laughing because what he said is funny in the moment. They're laughing because they feel awkward because, oh, shit, our mate's gay.
Yeah.
Like, that's a very awkward laughter. But they're not going to say anything to him. They're not going to do anything to him about it because that's their mate. And this is the double think of bigotry, right? You can know people who love you, who absolutely love you, who kill and die for you. And out the other side of their mouths, they're talking about how people like you should be killed, should be driven out, shouldn't be allowed, should have to keep it private. And that's really, like, that's, I found that more common the further north you go in Britain. Because, like, in England, I'm going to say in England because Scots in, like, the Scots are just awesome.
Yeah.
Love the Scots. But I find that a lot in Yorkshire. Like, I genuinely, like, there's people I came out to who are like, well, you know, I don't track with that, but you're all right. Okay, but why would I think? I'm telling you about I'm not asking, like, and people feel the need to deny it before they can show any level of acceptance. Like, this film came out, and, you know, if you supported the gays, you must be gay yourself, because why else would you? The idea that being gay or being LGBT, that acronym didn't exist in 1997, right? But being LGBT in 1997, why would you have the only logical reason that you could possibly think that those people should be left alone and allowed to live their lives? You must be one of them. You can't possibly have empathy for them because they are below empathy. Like, that was the cultural idea. That was the casual bigotry.
Yeah.
I
mean, in a way, I mean, like, again, this movie didn't, like, with Lomper and Guy, didn't play into gay stereotypes either, which would have been very common in that era of
yeah. So I was surprised, like, it's not what I expected, and yet it's more representative of my lived experience than anything else.
And, you
like,
know,
people awkwardly laughing it off and then just pretending like it's not happening going forward.
And, you know, once again, hats off to Fox Studios for having its Searchlight program.
Searchlight, yeah.
Yeah.
And like, and there's something I said right earlier, and I'm going to go back to it because I've just spotted my note that I've not said. I said right early on, you can tell this town has a low level of education. Like, yeah, these guys are skilled workers. They're, you know, they're electricians, plumbers, whatever, welders. Those are all skilled jobs. But it takes those guys way too long to figure out that £10 a ticket and 1,000 people is 10 grand.
Yeah.
Way too long.
Yeah.
Like that's an answer that you have immediately, right? 10,000. This and there's a pause where they're working it out.
Well, it's
and then he
a lot.
repeats
It's
it.
a lot of it's a lot, isn't it? It's a lot of money.
It's a lot, yeah. Like he doesn't know the answer, and then he says it's 10,000. And he's like, 10,000. You sure about that? Like he's not worked it out either.
Yeah.
10,000.
And again, it's I've genuinely, and again, naming no names because they wouldn't want me to. I've genuinely got friends who left school at 16, 18. They don't know how to read and write. They literally, when they go sign on at the job centre, the person at the job centre has to fill in the forms for them because they don't know how to read and write. That's in 2023.
Yeah, again, and can I put again? Can we do Daniel Blake one day? Once
Yeah,
again,
definitely.
you know?
I feel like we should, because like these things, these are all markers of class, right?
Yeah.
Like it was considered fancy that I went off to uni. No one from where I live went to uni. Like I said, the careers advisor told me, so what's it going to be, Asda or the Dole? The idea of going, even daring to think you could. Big no-no. Still is. Although a couple more kids are breaking out. You know, it's...
That'll be because the government's making a push to try and get as many people in uni at once, even though we've already reached overcapacity and people had to be paid not to go to uni.
I mean, they should be paying people not to go to uni. They should be paying people to take on apprenticeships and, you know, good 5-year apprenticeships with a proper qualification at the end that will set them up for life. You know, they should be paying people to go to trade school and to learn to be chefs and engineers and mechanics. So that's what the country needs. We don't need any more graduates working in McDonald's or in call centres because they can't get a job doing what they love.
Yeah.
Like, we've got enough of those. I'm one of them. Like, they should be paying people to take alternate paths. They should be paying people to, you know, rather than going to uni, do a counselling course that leads to a psychology degree at the end, but you never actually set foot on a uni campus. They should be paying people to learn to be nurses by doing it on the job, shadowing your local nurse.
Yeah.
They should be doing stuff like that. Because university is not for everyone. But for the people that want it, university should be there.
Oh yeah.
Like, and this is like, I've got friends who did BTECs at GCSE, which was considered like the thicko qualification, basically. You only took that if you were too thick to take actual English and maths.
No, BTECs were actually thought very highly when I was at college.
When I was at school, I wasn't allowed to take BTECs because they were considered the thicko classes.
Oh wow!
I was
the kids who took BTEC childcare and took BTEC this and BTEC that and BTEC the other got jobs in those areas.
Mm.
Yeah,
straight out of school at 16.
This was the kind of thing that people came from what used to be the old polytech colleges that were, you know, a little bit more working class, or tradesmen's sort of colleges, like the college I went to, which was Southampton City College, which was the old polytechnic. You know, you basically people did the NVQs and their BTECs, which were. Yeah, and look, I mean, on paper, I'll just say, on paper, I'm a qualified shipwright. That's what I learned as a trade. Now, could I actually do it practically? No, but on paper, paper, I'm a shipwright by trade. On paper,
I'm a croupier. I've got an NVQ in it.
Yeah.
On paper,
I've
I'm a historian. I've got a degree in it.
The old City and Guilds qualification.
City and Guilds. I've got an NVQ City and Guilds in being a croupier. You know, on paper, I'm a poker dealer because I had the side qualification in that. On paper, I've got an NVQ in computing and tech. But those qualifications are not worth the paper they're written on anymore.
No, not anymore.
And it's like the old polytechnic system worked because it had the jobs to feed those students into. But the jobs aren't there anymore. The infrastructure's not there. The jobs are not there because Maggie fucked the north.
Oh look,
Yeah,
You know, let's have a drink.
I was pursuing a qualification as a shipwright, and the shipbuilding industry here fucking collapsed.
Exactly.
Fucking foresight on my part.
Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it?
Yeah,
Mm.
see,
Like,
where it's at the moment is very much that, like, we would refer to one place that was slightly worse than another place as a BTEC version of that thing.
yeah.
Just like as a standard insult. So it'd be
Like,
like,
it's like a synonym for knockoff.
yeah, it'd be like, yeah, well, McCall's is just BTEC Sainsbury's anyway.
Yeah, BTEC co-op.
Yeah.
You know.
But-
and it's this thing, like the polytechnics are broadly similar to the community colleges in America, right? You go there, you take a vocational course, and you're aiming for a job. You're not going there because it's not Yale or Princeton, but it will get you the qualification you need to
I
get the
don't
job.
know, maybe this is the difference between the colleges that you went to and I went to, but literally the BTEC guys, the BTEC guys were like the guys who that was the good qualification when I went to college. Like they were a step above the people doing NVQs and City and Guilds qualifications.
BTEC and NVQ are the same thing now, aren't they?
You know, yeah, I mean,
Dave,
BTEC. I mean, obviously, we're talking different areas. BTECs were a bit of a different status. Let's just put it that way.
see, now it's basically BTEC is hands-on learning, but distinctly not an apprenticeship.
Mm.
A levels is, with very few exceptions, all theory. And then you have separate apprenticeships, which are effectively schemes where you still have to do the academic written lessons, but you get to do work experience alongside it.
Yeah, you go to college 3 days a week and you work on the job 2 days a week, or the other way around.
Yeah, and they actually advertised that as an option for us for universities, but all
Okay.
of them that we were offered were specifically ones that come with a university degree eventually.
Okay. Will you advertise that as 16 chaos?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. How many people with more than 4 GCSEs went and did one?
That I know of, maybe 2.
Out of how many total?
Easily a couple hundred.
Right. Once you've got more than your basic English, maths, science, IT, GCSEs, you are told NVQ, BTEC, apprenticeship is not for you. You're academic. You're going to go to A levels. You're going to go to uni. And you are forced down that pipeline whether you want it or not.
Yeah, like part of the reason I took philosophy was as a bit of a, well, it happens that I want to go to university, but fuck you. I'm not doing computer science just because it's the best paying subject that I do.
Yeah, like when I was at school and they were saying, oh, the best paying ones are chemical engineers or physicists. I was like, I'm not going to stare at numbers for the rest of my life. I'm doing history.
It was, I took maths, physics, and computer science because I love all of those subjects, but I very much could not do any of them as my sole job because I would eventually hate it because I have to want to do the maths.
When I was doing A levels, I took English, history, maths, and physics in my first year. I dropped maths and physics in the second year and picked up politics and did 2 years of the course in 1 year. I ran them concurrently. Because by the first year of A level, I knew the maths-based ones were not for me.
Yeah, I loved my maths course, but it was not for anyone, or frankly, even most of the people there.
Yeah. Like, it was just, maths was just not. Like, I don't care about, what was it, differentiation, and it, like, you had to add the square but divide it by the x. Fuck knows. I got it confused in the exam and I failed. You know.
I know to what you refer, and yes, we still have to do that bullshit.
Oh, that's nonsense. Like, what does that even mean? But this is the point. Like, they didn't even teach functional maths in the working class areas until my generation, coming through primary school in the late 90s, when this film's based, was probably the first generation that was taught anything resembling functional maths while still in school. And like, I was taught imperial measurements at school. I remember we were taught imperial measurements in year 2, year 3, and year 4. By the time we got to year 7 and year 8, we were learning meters and centimeters. And we were just expected to make that switch, and there was no help. I still think in imperial units.
That's really weird, because like when I went to school, we'd very much switched to metric in most things.
This is what I mean, though. In the north, the north is not the same as the rest of the country.
And look, obviously, I went to school. Like I left school. I left school before chaos was born. And you see the difference that was going on.
Yeah, like I got an education that would have been old-fashioned if you'd have got it, Scummer.
Yeah.
You know, I got pints and ounces, and I got I still, if I go to the butcher, I still order my meat in pounds.
Okay, no, I'm going to do it again because we've referenced it enough. Only Fools joke. You know, Rodney was doing his computer course.
Oh God, yeah.
And he said, like, in evening classes, and said something along the lines of, like, because he'd been obviously raised on imperial measurements or whatever, and he did this thing in metric. Like he was doing this computer program for his evening classes for a rocket to launch a rocket to make it to Venus. He said, well, consequently, because we didn't have we don't have much use to like metric measurements around it. My rocket fell slightly short of Venus. And Del Boy is, yeah, your tutor mentioned something about Dartford.
See, this is partially just village life for you. But if I went into the village and I went to the butcher's and I tried to order anything in the butcher's in kilos, he'd look at me like I'd grown a second head.
Yeah. Like even Bradford City Centre, the butcher I go to, family butcher, been there since my mum were a kid. I go to him, I order it in either pound weight. What he has on every piece of meat, he's got a little stick in it with a little piece of paper on it that's laminated, and it'll have whatever the price is equals 1 LB or 1 LBS.
Yeah.
And you can either order in weight. So when you order, if I say to him, right, I want half a pound of sausages, half a pound of bacon, half a pound of this, half a pound of that, he'll look at me and he'll say, do you want it in, like if I order half a pound or a pound, he knows that I'm ordering in weight. But if I say, right, I want 3 pound of that, 4 pound of that, whatever of that, weight or money? It's the only question he asks me, weight or money? When I go to him, I order in weight. Like, because I will pay the price for butcher quality meat.
Oh, yeah.
But I know people who go to him and, they've just got the dole and they've got their £70 a fortnight and they've got £30 to spend on meat.
Yeah.
And my mum used to do it. She'd go to him and she'd go, right, I want £5 in money of sausages, £5 in money of bacon, £5 in money of this, £10 in money of that, £10 in money of pork chops or lamb chops. And he'd work it out for her. Because he knew she was not capable of doing that.
You're going there and saying,
but she had a budget.
It's like you're going there saying, "What can I get for a £5?"
That's basically what you said. Yeah, like give me what I can get for a £5. Like give me what I can get for a £10. Give me what I can get for this, that, and the other.
Yeah, the only time I would go to my butcher's and not order in that sort of pounds would be if I'm going, could I have the 12 quid special, which is 4 portions of any meat in this particular section of the shop.
Yeah. Or if he's got a sign up bundle offer, £10 of meat for £5 or whatever the fuck. Like that's a wishful thinking price, but
offers.
I'll have the bundle and I'll have X, Y, and Z.
Guys, by the way, I could just say I think we've gone way on a tangent here. I think we need to get back to the movie here.
We are, but the reason I'm pointing all this out, right? This idea that these guys couldn't multiply 10 by 1,000. But they can weld and they can build and they can fix shit and they can fix. Like, Dave's not stupid. Dave walked up to a car and fixed it at the side of the road.
Yeah.
He's
Or,
not stupid.
Yeah.
He's just not
that
academic.
joint's gonna fall apart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not
I
stupid. but
just
he's not
love the
academic.
fact that they're watching Flashdance
Yeah.
because
Oh,
they're
yeah,
trying
it's
to
a
get
practical knowledge
they're
thing.
trying to get inspiration. You know, they're trying obviously to get inspiration, and all Dave can think about sort of mixes all the cock or whatever. That was joints
God.
right down.
Do you know what?
I mean, it's
I will
fucking
hold my
brilliant.
hands up.
Yeah.
Dave watching that welding scene is me watching any scene where they deal poker on a movie.
Yeah.
I do that with tech. I'll be sat there like that is not why.
It's not how that works. Or like if someone's trying to fix a computer and I'm just like, why are you checking your IP address in command prompt? That's not going to fix it.
Because I got to admit, possibly because I had the old hobby of being like doing historical battle reenactment.
Mm-hmm.
Probably why I get a bit anal on historical films about.
Yeah, like he's nitpicking. You do it.
Or
I get little. I mean, possibly I get a bit too, and I will admit I get too nitpicky about. Oh, well, this wouldn't have fucking happened. That would,
or
maybe this would have been point,
Or ring whenever anything about the military comes on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like as well, there's a very neurodivergent element of that. That's like, no, but there is additional useful context here that is missing, and I feel like you should have it. And often it's not necessary so they don't put it in the media, but it's like, no, because that's not quite right, and that gives people misconceptions, and that's annoying.
Or heck, I pointed it out in the last stream when we were talking about the scene with General Kong, and I am like the more I think about that scene, the more I'm convinced that yes, it is a nod to Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
But it was like, oh, he's out of regs. You thought I was talking about the Stars and Bars underwear. No, I was talking about the fact that he's only got the Republican presidents on his wall.
Yeah. And like we talked about that, and it isn't like everyone knows their own thing, right? If I see this film, I know it's based in Sheffield because I see Meadowhall and I see the Sheffield. I genuinely like. There's a shot in this film of just the Sheffield skyline looking down. And what did I put in the chat?
That's Meadowhall.
Yeah. And then what did I put in the chat again when it looked over the sideline?
That skyline's still the same today.
Yeah.
Because it is. Broadly is still the same. I can probably take you to that hill and show you that skyline. Like, there's buildings that I looked at and I recognized because I've stood outside because they're opposite the railway station. Or there's a little library that you can go to, or there's a coffee shop. I'm like, I know that building. I do the same when I see TV shows that purport to be based in Halifax. Like there's a TV show, BBC show called North and South, right? Purported to be in a fictionalized version of Manchester called Milton. Most of their shots of the city are of Halifax.
Yeah.
True. Because I saw the extra for that TV, like the DVD extra for that show. And they admitted it. They said they had to go to Halifax because Manchester has become too modern and doesn't look enough like an industrial mill town anymore. And Halifax does.
Yeah, that's I will not go on my whole rant about the gentrification and the hypercapitalization of Manchester, but it's big enough of a bitch that over the pandemic they eliminated the most popular green space in the city, and people didn't fight it that bad.
I'll just say the worst depiction of Sheffield I ever have seen in a movie was it was a biopic about the bands, the sort of like hard rock heavy metal band Def Leppard, and because they started off in the steelworks or whatever, and you see straight away like they're saying Sheffield 1978, and it's very clearly a steelworks somewhere in the Midwest of the United States.
Yeah.
The architecture, everything is like,
It's like
yeah,
there's one shot of this.
you've immediately taken me out of, yeah.
There's one shot of that documentary right early on in this movie where there's a shot, and I might be wrong, but to me that doesn't look like Sheffield. That looks like a shot of the bull ring in Birmingham. And
I
the
thought
roundabout
that
outside the bull
I
ring.
immediately thought of Birmingham because of the, I mean,
It
because
just
there were
had the
similar,
look, didn't it?
yeah, well, there were similar sort of like, you know, things about Birmingham, those sort of films coming out at the same time, like of like Birmingham in like the say 1960s into 70s, like this, you know, vibrant city that had come out of the war and like was now thriving, and
You know, the Venice of the North. Yeah, okay.
Well, we should probably think about like getting ready to wrap up because we've gone.
Yeah, I've got a couple of things I want to talk about.
Okay, yeah.
Let's talk about the Job Club Jive.
Or the Dole Q Disco, whatever one you want to call it.
Yeah, or the Dole Q Disco. So
this is the most. I'm going to say this is the most iconic moment in this film. Even at the time it was released, that I'm at the time when this, I'm old enough to. I was 17 when this movie was released, and this movie was a phenomenon. Just to understand in Britain. I mean, look, at the time, this became like the highest-grossing British movie ever made. It made almost 260 million off a $3 million budget. But the one scene that is iconic from this movie is the guys standing in the dole queue waiting to pick up their benefit check, and the radio happens to play, and Donna Summer's Hot Stuff comes on, and the way they dancing in the dole queue is, that is iconic.
Yeah. And I wanted to open that because I want to talk about the music of this movie.
Oh yeah.
Because we've got that. Obviously, Sexy Things just permeates this movie as a song.
Oh, absolutely.
Which it's going to do. It's a song about guys stripping. And then we've got Abide With Me at the funeral. And he's playing, and he plays lone at first, and then the brass band joins in. And Abide With Me is one of those songs, like, Ring will understand, because Ring saw me one night when I watched the last night of the proms on TV. Like, I'm not a patriot. I'm not white. The proms are not for me. It's not for my... But when the last night of the proms comes on, and Jerusalem starts playing, and Abide With Me starts playing, yeah.
Well, and
it's like I said it last week when I talked about how I don't care what kind of atheist you are, when you're in a nightclub at 3:00 at night and they start playing How Great Thou Art and it's a black nightclub, you cherish that old wooden cross.
Yeah.
Like, because that's the track that plays. Like, Abide With Me is.
If you're working,
I'm gonna let Scummer talk about it because it's got such.
If you're working class English, but especially I would say, especially in the north of England, yes, Abide With Me is a Christian hymn, but it is so associated with, like, it's got such a working class kind of, it's so ingrained in the culture, like. Especially say the north of England, I've mentioned you to off stream. You know how big rugby league is in North of England. Okay, when the one time of the year when rugby league comes south into London, the Challenge Cup final, Abide With Me is always played beforehand.
Yes,
it's got this and. And especially, it's often played, and it is often played at funerals, which is why I think it was very.
But it's up there with sort of Bread and Roses as a sort of working class anthem, but it's also like I associate it, and again, because of the film, I associate it with the death of the second and third class passengers on the Titanic.
Mm.
Like it's that thing
Yeah.
of it's one of those, like, it doesn't matter. I don't care what religion you are, but if you don't cry at Abide With Me, like, you either don't understand or you need to get checked out.
But this is again, and I got to stress that because I don't think we really touched on this, but the fact that Lompa's there playing at his mother's funeral with the brass band, and this was the factory or trade union brass band
It's gonna be,
was
isn't it?
a
Yeah.
real thing of working class Britain, and I'd say maybe even more so in the north, but it happened in the south as well. Like either the factory or the local trade union would have the brass band for its members, and it was a real part. It's a real part of British working class culture.
Yeah.
The brass band.
It's like, this is the thing, like, you're working class, you live together, you work together, you live on the same streets, you go to church at the same church, you drink in the same pubs, you sing in the same choir, and you play in the same football and cricket team.
Yeah.
Like, and that's working class life. That's like, that was the ideal, right? And that was what was expected at the height of it, at least.
Yeah, I'm trying to think I think it's the national. It's one of the teaching unions got a brass band. Now, I obviously
I think it's Naswat.
Naswat. It is Naswat. They've got a very good brass band actually, and I can tell you now that I've been to the Toll Puddle Masters Festival, which is a big trade union thing in rural Dorset of all places, but it has significance to the trade union movement. And they'll all the unions will be having their march. Their bands will be playing their little thing, and then they always stop at the village pub halfway down. They stop the parade, and they go out and sing this. They give out these song sheets or whatever, and the brass band will start playing, and and then suddenly it's like everyone's got the song sheet, and it's like, oh, it's something. It's why, Delilah. Yeah. And it is fantastic. It's this fantastic bit of like everyone out the front of the pub.
Yeah, it's like in modern day if someone started off with singing a Sweet Caroline.
Yeah.
It's very much like that.
Funny you should say that because that's the other song they do in front of the pub.
Yeah.
It's always really funny because I have like a mixed class family. It's really funny to see who doesn't respond to certain things like that.
But or another great example of music in this film is Horse's audition.
Oh, Wilson Pickett.
Yeah.
Where with Land of a Thousand Dances, and he's just tearing up the floor.
Yeah. So that's the music. I also want to touch on.
Oh, one more thing
phobia.
before we get off the music. The prank they play on Lompa, the marching band.
Yes. So
we've got to mention this.
That's just so on point, right? So it's hit the headline news, right? They've all been arrested for indecent exposure for practicing their stripping in an empty factory. And again, there's this thing of they're going and trying to build a business or work by going back to the factory they used to work in.
Yeah,
like there's something in that. That's their workplace, that's theirs, and they're reclaiming it, even though it's been shut down and all the rest of it. But then he goes to practice with the band. He's got his little thing, and the guy's there with his stick, ready to go. And he points. He says, and he's obviously he's not starting off, and everyone around him starts playing. Now, this is another side of that masculinity culture.
Yeah.
The thing about being a guy, you've got to be able to take your hits.
Yeah.
You've got to be able to take it, right? You've got to be able to take the banter.
Yeah, what you gonna do if you can't take your lumps?
Yeah. And it's he sits there and they all start playing the stripper, the theme to the stripper, right? It's a really common theme. And this theme plays through the track, through the movie. But what he does, he smiles. He sits back in his seat, he crosses his legs and he just listens to them play. And he laughs along with them.
He laughs along with it. It's like he's kind of
You've
the whole.
got to be able to laugh at yourself.
You got me. You got me.
Like as big a man as you are, there's no man so big he shouldn't be able to laugh at himself, and that's a very working class thing.
It's good in the way because like Lomper out the characters in this, he is like he's the last. Yeah, he's
the
not
last to join. He's the quote unquote soft one.
Yeah, he's the soft one. He's not what you call an alpha male, shall we say?
He's not, and he's the one who, obviously ends up with another bloke. Like, and he's very much coded that way, for better and for worse. But the fact that he can take his medicine.
Yeah,
like he knows, like he knows he's up for some ribbon. Like there's a TV show in Britain called "Have I Got News for You?"
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
And what happens is any politician that goes on there is going to have absolute shreds taken out of them. Like that's what "Have I Got News" is for. "Have I Got News for You" is for, right? And the politician, like Boris Johnson went on "Have I Got News for You?" And as a result of his performance there and his ability to take a joke at his own expense, like whatever else you think of the man, he can take a joke at his own expense, at least on camera. Like he ended up as Prime Minister after 10, 15 years of that. There's a great, on Mock the Week, Dara O'Brien, there's a great joke with him where he goes, if I'd have thought being Mayor of London was what you could get from hosting "Have I Got News for You?" I wouldn't have settled for Mock the Week.
Actually, there was a joke on there about like Frank, like someone said, said like, hey, if you get popular on a comedy quiz show, you could have political office. So someone said, hey, Frankie Ball, you'll be Prime Minister, and everyone's like cheering, and Frankie Ball says, don't cheer, because if I come Prime Minister, you got some miserable fucking years ahead of you.
I mean, let's be honest. Hands up, serious question. If you've seen "Have I Got News for You" in the chat as well, if Ian Hislop or Paul Merton ran as Prime Minister tomorrow under any party, would you vote for him if you had the chance?
Hell yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, my hand is raised even though my camera's off.
Yeah.
Because they can take it. And Ian Hislop regularly gets fucking beef about being an Oxford boy and everything else and running Private Eye. He gets it on the regular and he takes it.
He is off of Paul Merton most weeks.
Yeah, and not only do they take it and take it on board.
Yeah, and they fire it back. Because like this is the thing, like you have to be able to sometimes, right? Sometimes like something will happen in your life and you fucked up and you've got two options at that point. You can either freak out or you can go, do you know what, let the people get it out the system, especially when you're a political figure. Like let them get it out the system and laugh along with them. And the people who laugh along with them generally are the people who are remembered as
ironically,
quote unquote real men.
You mentioned "Have I Got News for You?" I mean, one of the most infamous episodes of that was when they used to have a permanent host called Angus Deaton, and things come out about him in the news about him like using cocaine and sex workers. And they had the next episode of "How I Got News for You," they had just 30 minutes of Hislop and Merton ripping into him. But I'd say, unfortunately, it went so far that it was like so much more stuff come out about him. They had to get rid of him because it was it become
because it was a bit much. But he took his medicine when he got it. It's
he did take his medicine, but unfortunately, when you have someone like when somebody like Christine Hamilton is able to take the piss out of you and get away with it, you're kind of fucked.
Like there's no coming back from that, is there?
Yeah.
But like, it's like when was it Jimmy Carr who got done for taxis, and then had to be on Mock the Week or something the following week.
Mm.
And I've seen him give an interview about this. He gave an interview and he said he got done for tax evasion, right? Career like all over the news. And I've seen him give the interview and he says he had to go, I think it was Mock the Week. Will it have been Mock the Week? No,
8 out of 10.
8 out of 10. And apparently his producer pulled him before the episode and was like, look, this is a program, this is a topical panel program. You are the topic of the week. Take your medicine. Don't bite back. And as a result of that, like he began to slowly, and he built himself back up in the eyes of the British public as much as you can when you're at his Holocaust jokes.
Yeah.
But again, he gives trigger warnings. So what the fuck do you want from him? Anti-censorship, folks.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the classic one. I know you don't like the guy, but Stuart Lee said this sort of thing about like Jimmy Carr when he was a fringe comedian, kind of actually had to take Jim Davidson to task over stealing his material. But as Stuart Lee actually said, if Jim Davidson is actually able to steal your material, maybe you should drop it in the first place.
Yeah, it's like there's a classic again Jimmy Carr joke, and again trigger warning, folks. And he's talking about car crash statistics, and he's talking about people dying in car crashes, and he passes the comment of, "Well, of course you're going to die when there's no seatbelts on the floor to hold you in when you're giving someone a blowjob." And everyone in Britain knows what that's a reference to. Everyone in Britain knows that that's a reference to Princess Diana. Because that was the standing joke when she died. The joke was she died because she wasn't wearing a seatbelt. She wasn't wearing a seatbelt because she was giving him a blowjob in the back seat. But no one said that, like, have some respect. The woman died. She's got young kids. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And that joke nearly destroyed him. Until he turned around and he said, hang on, this is fucking comedy. Like, again, her death was not the joke. The joke was, couldn't wait 10 minutes to get to the hotel room.
Yeah.
And again, like Chaos said earlier, death is not a great punchline, but it's a fantastic setup.
Yeah.
And Jimmy Carr really walks that line. Like, I like a lot of his stuff. Some of his stuff I can do without, but as with anyone, no one's perfect. And he takes, like, he routinely gets scandals for the shit he says. But he gives regular warnings at all his shows. Like, if you book a ticket to go see Jimmy Carr, what are you expecting from Jimmy Carr? You're expecting 2 or 3 fat jokes, a joke about Diana. There's definitely going to be a Holocaust joke in there, 2 or 3 rape jokes, and if you're lucky, a couple of pops at the Tories. Like, those are the beats he hits. So if you're buying a ticket for that guy, who the fuck are you complaining to?
Yeah, it's like the people who buy Peter Kay tickets and then get upset when there's a lot of swearing.
Yeah. Or like when Jerry Sandovitz, was it Sandovitz? I think that's how it's pronounced.
Or
some shock jock playing the Edinburgh Fringe.
Or the Karens that thought it was a good idea to take their kids to go see Deadpool.
Yeah. Right. You were warned. Like, what more do you want? But this is the thing, and this film's R-rated. I don't understand why this film's R-rated. Okay, there's nudity.
Yeah.
But like at most, this film should be rated a 15.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
It's a very very soft R, and even coming from being a formerly prudish Yank, I could see it being a hard PG-13.
Yeah. Like, I don't understand how movies where people shoot each other and there's gore and there's blood and there's death are rated 13, 15. than this, where guys hug each other and tell each other they love each other and talk about how they shouldn't objectify women. And yeah, get the kit off. Is an 18. Like, what does it say about us as a culture?
Yeah, it's
like,
the difference between that and like National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, which is a 12, and it contains, frankly, a lot of the same shit.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just giggling. The comment scum has passed in the chat.
Oh yeah,
It's off color, but in the scope of talking about jokes about Diana, yeah, we all got that one. I'm not even going to read it out because, oh my God. But yeah, so if I corpse for a moment, that's why.
Yeah.
So
So
don't worry, I'm wearing a seatbelt.
Anyways, so we talked about the music.
We talked about the music, and again, just a couple of other things I want to touch on. I want to talk about, we've talked about it being headline news and how the whole town came out for them. Like, this is the thing, like, you can be any kind of freak under the sun, but if you're liked in your town will come out for you. Like, that's a very working class thing as well, right? Like, you saw our wedding ring.
Yeah.
They fucking lined the streets where I live.
Yeah.
Just to get a glimpse of me in my wedding dress. Those people don't know me. They didn't even so much as give us a card, but they turned out on the day because I grew up there and they know me.
Yep.
And they turn out for their own. It didn't matter that I'm mixed race. It didn't matter that my mum was black, that my dad's put. I grew up that I'm one of them. But then equally, those same kids who wanted to see me in my wedding dress and were all excited for my wedding. 2 weeks ago, that kid screamed at me a racial slur as I was walking on the street. So what can you do? It's that.
Or what do you why are you doing this? We had the real thing just last week. We had the Chippendales people up here just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, but we're doing something they're not. We're going the full Monty.
Yeah.
But like, NJ's just regarding Diana. NJ's passed a really good comment about Diana. If you can just flash that up for us and let people read that. That's a really, really good analysis of the position Diana's memory holds in British culture.
Yeah.
But moving on from that a little bit, just touch on before we wrap up fat phobia.
Yeah.
In this film, because Dave's insecure, but every fucker calls him fat. Like, even Gaz calls him fat.
Yeah,
and even when it's meant affectionately.
Too bad there's no anti-fat bastard king. Or
yeah, like he gets so desperate he wraps cling film round his gut as he's eating a Mars bar.
I think one of the scenes that sort of like that time when Dave confronts him, "Don't you dare call me a fat bastard,"
Yeah, but do you see in this film at the start, like, this film repeatedly goes back to Asda and has them running out the doors. It does it 3 times in this film. The first time, Dave can't keep up. The second time, Dave gets hit by something. The third time, Dave doesn't just get... Dave jumps over the trolleys and still keeps up with him.
Yeah.
And it's not because he's lost any weight, because he visibly hasn't. Like, you can see that. But he's fitter and he's healthier and he's more confident.
Yeah. Well, and,
by the end of the film.
Also, we get about the same amount of scenes where he's laying in bed with his wife.
Yeah. And, like, there's bits that, like, I don't know about you, but when his wife's trying it on the first time they're in bed together, and he's like, you wouldn't know how tiring he's doing now. The way the camera lingers on him and the way the shot's done and everything else, that strongly insinuates to me, as someone who's, familiar with the language of cinematography, strongly insinuates to me that he can't get it up and that's why he's knocking her back. Like, that there's an issue there. And then the second time again, when he climbs out the bed, you're strongly expected to understand that he's not knocking her back because he don't love her. He's knocking her back because the stress of losing his job and everything else and the insecurities mean he can't get it up.
Yeah, and
And,
you
and
know,
like, I mean, and the thing with where Gerald confronts him, like to try and get like some confesses to him that like Gerald's afraid of like getting an erection in front of all the women, and
Yeah.
Dave's like, "You're asking the wrong guy here."
Yeah.
You know,
And that's something
And
he's
it-
carrying
and
and
it-
doesn't say to anyone.
and you see, I mean, this is what I mean. You see all these insecurities of these guys here. And you like you said, you had the thing with like horse, you know, Paul
Hung
Barber's
like one.
character.
Horse by name,
Like-
horse by nature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you see, I mean, essentially what you see is essentially that he is. That's that first scene where they're in their underpants. He's clearly stuffed his pants
Yeah.
or something to make his organ look a bit bigger. And knowing that, hey, they got to do the full Monty, it's like, okay,
Oh.
you know, like,
Yeah.
look, he's
But-
got the size, the size issue psychologically there.
And
You know?
he's he even buys I
The
mean,
pump.
should I admit that I know what that is?
the pump for
The
for
pump,
those who think,
yes.
yeah, the pump.
It's a pump.
And
It's,
that is a funny scene where he's in that phone booth and like
Yeah.
phoning up the company, like,
but
this is
again,
an emergency. It's not getting any bigger. You know?
if anyone's writing an essay on this movie, here's your analysis for kind of the insecurities of the characters. It sets the characters up in binary opposition to each other, where one's insecurity is another's problem. So for every insecurity each of these characters have, he thinks he's too fat, his best mate's too skinny. He thinks he's too big, he's too small. He can't get it up, he gets it up too easily. The constant and what that then does is utterly dismantles the entire foundation that those insecurities are built on, because they all get a cheer at the end.
Yep. And I mean, and once again, we have Dave's, insecurities being dismantled by his, by his wife, because she thinks that he was cheating on her.
Yeah. And she's just relieved he's not cheating. Like the idea, like he is so insecure, he doesn't believe any woman would want to even look at him. Never mind sleep with him. And that is why so much out of pity.
I think that's such a lovely scene because initially, like, Jean thinks like he's been cheating on her, because that's why he won't go to bed with her or get it up, and then when he has to finally, like, when she starts slapping him about, and he has to grab her and say, "Listen, no," and he finally comes out with it. What the fuck's bothering him? And
it's like they all go through it. Like at the beginning, there's a bit where Gaz is talking to his son. He's like his son, and he says, "You think your father's you think your father's an arsehole? You think you think your father's a dick?" And then at the end, it's his son who makes him go on stage.
Yeah. My God, I love that. I was like, I mean, you saw I put in the comment, "Go Nathan."
Yeah,
go Nathan.
But this is the thing, right? Especially up north as well. Actions speak louder than words up here. I don't know about anywhere else in the country, but actions speak louder than words here. Like, you have an argument with someone in a pub. The argument doesn't end with, "I'm sorry, are you all right?" The argument ends with, "Can I buy you a pint?"
Yeah.
Because the action and the thought behind the action speaks louder than words. And we see that in this film as like they break the norm. It upsets him. So they put the norm back together with super glue and buy him a
little wheelbarrow for the gnome.
A little wheelbarrow from what Americans will call a thrift store.
Yeah.
And they tell him that it's cheap, but it's the thought that they went out to buy the thing for him that they know is for him, right? It's all about, and in this film's very much actions speak louder than words, right?
Yeah.
Like, how do you know the guys actually want to dance and they're just ashamed because they start dancing in the door queue?
Yeah.
How do you know that these guys are all in it together because they all strip at the same time? How do you know that, these guys are friends and it don't matter who and what they are? Because when they're at the funeral, they see him holding hands with his boyfriend and they just
not as queer as folk.
Yeah,
It's
they should-
actions speak louder than words, and inaction as well speaks louder than words in a lot of cases.
Before
Yeah.
we get to the crescendo, I've got to say one thing about the dancing in this.
It's not great, is it?
It's not great, but they're having all this trouble. He's just having the trouble getting them in just to form a fucking straight line. And then
The
when Paul
offside.
Barber makes the comment about, hey, it's the Arsenal offside trap, the second they make a football reference,
Yeah.
the guys get
Because
it.
again,
They get
being
it.
into
And
football's a manly man's thing, isn't it? It's like,
Yeah.
it's a football, it's a man's thing. So the point they're making is, yes, they can dance. Like the Chippendales dance and they're quote unquote gay. I'm not going to repeat the slur, but they're quote unquote gay, right? So if these guys are going to do it, these guys, they're trying to rip, they're doing it, but they're making it their own. And it's a bit like, there's another piece of media I've seen this in, where they do something, it's like a cover band, right? There's two kinds of good cover bands. Those who
Yeah.
can sing the original note for note perfect, those who take the original, remix it and make it their own. Right?
Yeah.
Like, and that's what these guys do. Like, the way they do the stripping, that they put the thing on themselves, that it's in the local club, that, these things they do, they are so wrapped up. And I think it says a lot that we spent most of the last 4 hours talking about the culture of Yorkshire and the working class, rather than the film itself.
Well, I mean,
Because
they
the
called
film
the
itself
show,
is so...
they called the show Hot Steel.
Yeah. It's so... Like, you could not... Those 5 guys could not have been born anywhere else but in Sheffield after the decline of the steel trade.
yeah.
Because it wouldn't have worked.
But it was just the whole thing with this, and it like when it put it in the terms of, oh, it's the offside trap in football, like the Arsenal, and
It's
then
like it's a
when they're
man's
going
thing.
forward doing the routines and they're getting better, it's because
Ref.
Gerald is like saying, giving them references like YouTube to the touch lines, like
Yeah,
it's
touchline,
all-
touchline.
it's all football references, which these guys are going to get. They understand that.
Yeah, I think that's very similar to Billy Elliot. Billy Elliot does the same
Yeah.
with the Swan Lake.
Yeah.
And it's this thing of...
So it's offsides when the fancy Schultz shaker passes the mustard.
Yeah. So the offside rule is when the teriyaki sauce is in line with the mustard.
Yeah.
French mustard. Posh French mustard.
God, you guys sound like stool right now.
But like, this is the thing, right? You talk to people when I talk about things, I put it in terms of history, or I talk about things I'm interested in, and I know I can give you analogies for poker games, left, right, because I know that people relate to what they know, right? If you said to me, what's a multiple of this number? What's 4 times 17? I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. If you said to me what's 4 on a split,
78.
Show off.
try again. Yeah.
Yeah. No, wait, 68. Sorry.
Right. You say to me what's 4 on a split, I've been a croupier, I can do that like that.
Yeah.
People know what's familiar. And sometimes you have to couch things in terms of, like, they're homophobic. He is casually homophobic throughout this film. But the minute he realizes, shit, my mate's gay, those comments stop.
Mm.
Because it's familiar to him now. When these guys realize, what if women are looking at us the way we look at them in magazines? The sexism eases off. And it's showing, like, no one's born woke. No one is born woke. God, if you knew, like, I was less woke than these guys were at this time.
Yeah.
Like, this would have been progressive for me to see in 97.
Of course, this was super progressive to me.
I was a goddamn fundy.
Yeah. I was a Catholic child.
And in '97, it was not my concern.
Yeah, you were a twinkle in your daddy's eye. You know, it's, but it's this thing of, we've come so far so fast, and I say this every time we see a film from the 90s and the early 2000s that's progressive. We've come so far so fast, but you have to understand that this film, as regressive as it is to us, was progressive for its time.
And still has some progressive notes for today.
Yeah. And it's like the least bigoted people you will ever meet sometimes are the most bigoted people you meet. The people who were casual, like, it's this thing of, when you talk about racism, sexism, whatever you talk about, I have more respect for the person who will stand in the street and call me every sexist, racist, queerphobic name under the sun, and will just say it and will not care, than I do for the person who whispers it behind my back. Because at least the person who's saying it to my face has got the bollocks to do so.
Oh yeah, there are.
You know what I mean?
I feel like there are 3 types of people who will throw slurs around. There are the people who say it and don't really mean it, the people who don't know, and the people who say it too quietly for us to hear.
Yeah. And the people who say it too quietly for us to hear are the people who are going to school board meetings and getting books banned, are the people who are voting for the TERFs in the Labour Party.
Yeah.
It's
I'd much rather have someone who's going to call me a fag and then hand me a pint, or who's going to, like, not know and so go, oh, are you a tranny?
You know what it is? I'd rather walk up to a bar and someone call me a queer, this, that, and the other, or a racist comment, and hand me my drink anyway, than walk up to a bar, order a drink, and not be able to trust that the barmaid hasn't spat in it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's the difference we're talking about here. And it's one of those things where, and again, I think that's a very northern idea. Like, I've way more respect for the people who sling it around than the people who keep it quiet. Or the people who'll only say it with a drink in them.
Oh,
you
they're
know
the
those
worst.
ones? Or the people who'll only say it out loud with a drink in them.
Yeah, I had a friend group at college, and there was one guy who, after we all went out drinking for the first time, it was just like, no, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if this transfers. Tell me if this comment gets passed down south, scummer. I don't know if Chaos has heard it. Anyone ever tell you alcohol's a truth drug?
Oh Christ, yes.
Yeah.
Truth serum, yes.
Yeah. A man's not. You don't know a man until you know him drunk.
Yeah.
My mother taught me that at a young age. My mother taught me, you don't know a man until you've seen him pissed.
There's definitely things I would spew pissed that I wouldn't talk about sober. Yes, definitely.
Yeah, but
Like,
mostly that's like traumatic shit from your past that you don't want to talk about, right? It's not racial slurs and fantasies about murdering queer people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
and
for some people, it is.
I mean, I've had this experience, like I said, when I was 18, 19, I worked in the pub full time, and I had a few old boys in there who were World War II veterans.
Yeah.
Not until that one time, there's one old guy, I won't mention his name, it was one old boy in there, who'd been like, he'd been in like Montgomery's 8th Army in like at North Africa, and then was at D-Day and whatever.
Yeah.
Now I must have been working that pub for like 9 or 10 months, and I didn't know this. So one time, and basically till one time he did a few drinks too many, and it was like he did a lunchtime session. Everyone else had cleared out of the pub. He did a few too many, and I was the only guy he had to talk to. And he let it all go. All of the shit he went through for World War II. And it was just, Hey,
Yeah,
look,
I mean,
God damn, I mean, it's what I say. You work behind a bar for enough time, you kind of almost got, even though you're not qualified for it, you kind of got to be a counsellor in a way, you know?
yeah. It's like
Oh, yeah.
working behind a bar, working in a call center, working in a casino. Like
Yeah.
the number of times I'd be sat, you know, dealing blackjack to someone or dealing poker to someone or serving someone a drink, and they just sob out the life story at me. And it's like, I'm just here for your drink. Like, here's your
yeah.
change.
Yeah, I'd like when I was serving at a
Sir,
pub.
this is a Wendy's.
Yeah, basically.
Oh yeah, there were so many times that come over and be like, "Do you want me to refresh your drink?" And the person would be like, "No, but come here a minute. I
Oh,
want to talk
come
to you."
here a minute, darling. Come sit down. No. even when I'm not working, that's a no. Even when I'm there as a patron, that's a no.
Yeah, see, the particular place I'm thinking of, my boss's policy was, if they stop you, they've got 2 minutes of your time.
Yeah. And it's like I even wrote this into a story once. I had a character who had been through a war, and someone said to him, so that, like, he'd not seen him for 15 years. So that war you were in, how did it go? And he's like, he just half shook his head, and the other guy went, yeah, that proves it. Because the guy didn't know he'd fought, it had only just fought. He's like, yeah, that about proves it. And he passes the comment of, my old man didn't talk about the war either. Because when you don't talk about that shit. Like the shit you don't talk about when you're sober, right?
Yeah.
But like, there's a difference between spilling my heart out, sobbing over my traumas, and, like I said, fantasizing about murdering minorities. And for me, that's, you know, I people get sloppy. I get sloppy when I'm pissed. Like when I'm really pissed, I will absolutely start sobbing about my mother and my past. My old man, when he's pissed, starts hollering about how queer people are all paedophiles and should be lined up and shot. There's a reason we don't talk anymore. You know? And like, I can deal with people who are sloppy. I can't deal with people who are bigots. Because the thing is, right, if you are the kind of bigot who's only bigoted when you're drunk, that means that you know it's wrong. You know it's unacceptable. And it's only when you are no longer in control that you let that slip.
Yeah,
Which means it's you're the enemy within at that point, because I don't know if I can trust you or not.
See, I would when I was serving in a bar and stuff. There are two particular patrons we had on the same night that I think is an almost interesting illustration of this. Which was, there was one guy who started out really nice, really jovial, bit chatty, told me about his dog, showed me a picture, and after a few drinks, he started to get a little bit racist, ableist, and so on. But there was another guy who came in and he sat down and he said made a couple of comments initially that I was like, that seems a bit dodgy. But after 3 drinks, he pulled me over and he asked me, "Excuse me, are you an Aries?" And it's like, I'd much rather have the guy who, with a few drinks in him, stops being as much of an asshole and just asks nosy questions.
Yeah.
Than the sort of person who'll chat really friendly when he's thinking about it.
Yeah. Because like, if you have to... Look, I'm not saying you can't learn and you don't have to practice being woke. Like, being woke is a verb, not an adjective.
Oh, yeah.
Like, yeah, I got to work at that shit. Anti-racist is a verb, not an adjective. But, and yes, there's an element of, look, if you're the kind of person, and I know where you came from, and I know that 99.9% of the time you are absolutely on the front lines with us, fighting for our rights. If you get a little bit sloppy and you drop a slur or you pass a comment that's inappropriate, I'm going to say, okay, that's old training. That's old, that shit you normally repress for good reason.
Yeah.
But if it only takes 2 drinks before you have and it only takes 2, and I know you can drink more than that, because I've seen you drink more than that in the past and be fine, and you suddenly start with it, that tells me all you're looking for is an excuse.
And you want plausible deniability.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I follow. There's a channel. If you have any history of abuse in your life, of having been abused by a parent or a spouse, anything like that, I strongly recommend following an account called Liberation Therapy on Facebook. She's also got a podcast, and there's one thing she says is the narcissist, like, and she talks a lot about narcissists, but she also says, look, if they know how to control it around other people, if they know how to control it when they're sober, they know it's wrong.
They can clearly tell the difference.
They know it's wrong. If they don't treat other people the way they treat you, they know it's wrong. And it's not acceptable. And that's like, because say what you want about the characters in this film, none of them are abusive. They're a bit rough and ready, right? They're a little bit rough, like, they're a little bit thoughtless. Like the idea that Gaz is practicing stripping and he's got his son there, like, to our modern set, that's a bit like, you couldn't have sent him off to play football with his mates. Like, that's a bit, like, they're thoughtless. The way Gaz throws around slurs and talks about women at the beginning, it's thought, there's no thought in it, right? That's just automatic, that stuff. He says homophobic slurs the same way we say fuck, right? Or like in a sentence. It's just, it fills the gap. It fills the silence.
It's just cultural baggage.
Yeah, it's cultural baggage. It's his actions that you see. He means well. He's doing his best. He's doing this for his kid. He's, you know, when he realizes his mate's getting done out him, he doesn't, just carries on as normal as if nothing happened.
Yeah, when it's his actions that let you know that he's on the ignorance side of the Adurzo line.
Yeah, and it's like, look, let's be clear here. If you knew a guy, right, northern lad, recently laid off, and he regularly dropped racial slurs, homophobic slurs, and talked about women like they were nothing more than a pair of tits on a stick, you probably won't want to sit down and have a pint with him. Like, that's not a guy you want to get to know. Certainly not a guy I want to get to know. No. And yet, this is the guy we're rooting for in this movie.
Yeah.
And like, that's what this movie brings out. Like, I have a little book somewhere of Yorkshire sayings and thing. And there's a quote in it by a famous Victorian stovepipe hat man from Bradford. Maybe he was a poet. Maybe, I think it might have been Priestley, the poet, who said, you cannot describe a Yorkshireman, because the minute you describe him, he will change. And this film really captures that for me. Like, Yorkshiremen are walking contradictions. Like, he's a hard case, but he's also a ladies' man. He's also, you know, he's also soft. He'll also call you love. Like,
it almost feels like part of being from the north, and especially Yorkshire, is just being demand avoidant about Southerners.
Yeah.
Well,
like,
you know.
listen, we've got
eventually we'll send missionaries to your part of the world, you know, and civilize you.
Yeah, do you know what happened the last time you did that?
Yeah, exactly.
But this, like, let's take Dave as the example. We've got a man who seems a little bit soft, soft, quote unquote, soft in the head, a little bit neurodivergent. He's been laid off. He's emotionally vulnerable. He's insecure. Soft round the middle as well. Like, he's not the skinniest fella.
He's overweight and he's insecure about that as well.
Yeah, he's insecure about that. He's got all that sort of quote unquote femininity about him. He's worried about his weight and his looks in a very feminine way, in air quotes. But he can also lift a 10-foot girder on his own. Like, those things ain't lightweight.
Yeah.
He's also man enough to stand up on stage and show his dick to a room full of screaming people. He's man enough that, you know, he looks after his wife and everything else. and it's that contradiction, right? Like, how can you be the kind of man who can't get it up for your wife, but also is the kind of man who's strong and knows about welding and can lift a girder on your own?
Well, to be fair, a bit later in life, he does tell Sean Bean that Sean Bean is fat.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
this is
Sorry,
what I mean by
that's an actor joke there. So.
but this is the
The
cultural
guy
thing,
who plays
right?
Dave is the guy who plays Robert Baratheon in Game of Thrones. So people don't.
Yeah, he plays Robert Baratheon, and he's obviously Sean Bean plays Ned Stark.
Yep.
But this is the thing, right? Sean Bean's a classic example of Yorkshireman. He's rock hard, he's everything else. But every character he plays has this vulnerable emotional core.
Yep.
Like, and that's what makes him likable. Like most Yorkshiremen, I'll be honest, most of the people I know, if I didn't know him, I wouldn't give him my time of day. I'd walk past it, but because I know them.
Well, I have
I've seen.
I have this theory that the toughest guy in all of fiction is Richard Sharp from the Napoleonic Wars, because he's the only character that successfully kept Sean Bean alive.
I mean, yeah.
No, Sean Bean also survived National Treasure.
But he went to prison at the end of it, so
well, someone's got to go to prison.
Yeah.
See,
yeah.
I still always want to pronounce his name Sean Bourne. Every time.
I always want to pronounce it Steen Bean.
I also did say, we did say off air that I was actually a little surprised that, now maybe he was tapped up for it and turned the role down. I was a little surprised that Sean Bean wasn't cast in this over Robert Carlyle, because Sean Bean is a Sheffield boy, and everyone knows, massive fan of Sheffield United, everyone, but they actually got, but the lead guy in this is a Scotsman doing a Yorkshire accent.
It's not that bad. Like, I've heard worse.
He does okay, but it's like really weird because like Robert Carlyle, poor guy, has been like typecast as playing psychopaths ever since Trainspotting.
That joke's made in this movie though. Like, I've got the face of a serial killer.
See, definitely.
Yeah, that's so self-aware.
Oh yeah, definitely rather a Scot like Robert Carlyle than a Southerner.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, right? I reckon on they're right. If we created a border, like if we use the London Ring Road as a border, we could be like, because if we use the London Ring Road, we can bring Cornwall with us and the Cornish, because I know they don't like the Londoners either.
I was going to say,
we could be like,
want to make sure the Welsh get to take the Cornish.
We could be like the United Celtic Nations or something.
Nobody likes the Londoners. Honestly, nobody.
I know what we do. We take all of the currently not functional because of the government lorries, and we just put them all on the ring road.
How are we going to get them from Dover? I thought they were all still at Dover since Brexit.
We just sink the boats mid-channel.
I mean, the boats are already in the channel. It's getting them out the channel. That's the problem.
Well,
sorry, immigration jokes.
Yeah. So, any final thoughts? Because we're well over double the runtime.
We're nearly
well
going
over.
On triple runtime.
Yeah. I love this movie. I think it's some. I mean, obviously, there's a nostalgic sense to me because I was around when this movie was a massive hit, and it, like I said, it surpassed. I mean, this was the biggest movie hit in Britain in 1997, surpassing Titanic.
The only reason it didn't win the Oscars was because of Titanic.
Yeah, and it surpassed that. and this film was made for like a budget of $3.5 million, and it grossed over 260 million. I mean, this thing was a phenomenon when it was released. It's really difficult to explain that nowadays. That the full Monty was for example,
Rick and I were looking. This movie outperformed Jurassic Park.
Yeah, absolutely, it did. It beat Jurassic Park's for gross in the cinema. Hot Chocolates, You Sexy Thing, went to #1 in the UK charts again after even though Hot Chocolate had not been a thing for 20 years. They went to #1.
For a while after this film as well, Sexy Thing was a football chant for a while.
And I'm pretty sure Donna Summer's Hot Stuff got into the charts as well as a result of this. And
and again, it's one of those movies that it was of its time and of its place, but I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah.
Like, as bad as some of the stuff is and some of the comments that are passed are, it's honest. And it's honest in a way a lot of films are not, right? A lot of films, they idealize Yorkshire. Oh, it's God's own country. It's green and, you know, it's beautiful. And yeah, but the people here are also fuckers. Like, as nice as we are, we'll call you love and we'll invite you in for a cup of tea. But we can also be rough and ready. Like, we're not, you know, we like I said, we're complicated. You know, you've all seen it. You've seen as easily as I can sit here and be friendly and chatty about something, I can get pissed off and call every Tory government, you know, every name under the sun and then some. You saw me do it on this stream.
No, I've always thought you was rather reserved.
We have the range.
You know, and it's we have range. Yeah, Chaos is right. We have range. Chaos is honorary Yorkshire. I've decided. Don't argue.
I don't know where the fuck I fit in. I don't know where the fuck I fit in on this.
I think the thing is, half my family's Yorkshire. My partner's Yorkshire. I live like 5 minutes down the road from actual Yorkshire.
Yeah, but you drink tea, therefore you're more Yorkshire than I am. So you are honorary Yorkshire.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Scummer at this point, like, it's a shame I won't be in Yorkshire much longer. Otherwise, you'd always be welcome. You know that.
Yeah, well, we'll talk off stream about that because I think you and I need to meet up in real life before you go away.
We do need to at some point.
Yeah.
If only so you could, like, God, can you imagine us two in a pub? No, drink it dry.
Fuck me. We I'll tell you what, we are live streaming it, whatever the fuck happens.
Oh my God. God help us.
In fairness, at least it'll probably be quite difficult to get all four of us together in a pub. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Yeah, but Ring don't drink, so it's fine. Ring's designated driver.
By the way, Ring, now Chaos has thrown that down, you do realise you're going to have a few people crashing on your sofa in Baltimore at some point. Now that's been said.
You've got to give me a few.
One day, you know that's going to happen.
Hang on. You've got to give me at least 6 months in Baltimore before you come so I can find the decent pubs. That's all. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then when we come over, we'll bring the proper Terry's chocolate oranges and the tea bags.
Yeah. Apparently you can buy Terry's chocolate oranges in America, but I don't know if they're the same ones. I will report back.
They tasted different to me.
Okay, that doesn't fill me with hope.
But then again, I'm also really sensitive to certain differences in certain synthetic chocolates, so it might just be that.
Yeah, so am I, to be fair. Like Hershey's, I can't.
Yeah. So
unless it's warm and wrapped in marshmallow and waffles, I can't.
So let's move on to shilling. Scummer, got anything coming up?
I have a YouTube channel. Listen, I've not been very active on it recently, but I'm going to try and get back into being more active. I'm actually thinking along the lines of doing some stuff like for my Patreon account, actually, because I think I might be doing some. I'm thinking of doing some reactions to like some like history videos. You know, like a bit like what we did with Attention, checkmate league
Yeah.
night.
Mm.
I might be trying to find some historical videos and do some reaction stuff for Patreon. So that's kind of what I'm thinking of doing at the moment.
And Chaos?
Nothing really to show for me or anything. My partner has several books published. That if you have a quick look through my account, I'm pretty sure I reblogged something from Remy recently.
Reblogged? What platform
there's
do you
one
think you're on?
that is centered around like recovery from trauma. Did I just say reblogged and say Twitter?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, I've
Yes,
been
you
on Tumblr
did.
too much recently. Retweeted. Motherfucker.
Well, I
Yes,
think
we're
it's
calling it Twitter.
Yeah.
I'm sure we're calling it Twitter. I am not recognizing X. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not recognizing
The
that.
only X I recognise: Doug, Tom, Dick, and Harry.
Mm.
If you don't get that joke, go back and watch our stream on the Great Escape, which was many years ago now. So you'll see us looking young and baby-faced.
God damn, did we do that?
I think it was one of the first streams we ever did.
I don't think we actually covered the Great Escape.
I think we did. Hang on. Let me get our card up and do a search.
Because you do realise if we haven't, we're doing it.
If we haven't, it's going on the list. I'm fully aware of that.
Excellent.
But I'm sure I remember doing it. For fuck's sake.
But I mean, speaking of the Great Escape, next week
Do you love me and my segues?
Yeah. Next week we are. You know what? Fuck it. I was having fun being coy about this, but so I've been leading up to this for like nearly a month, where I've, been saying that we are going to be covering a Holocaust movie next week set in Yorkshire. We're doing Chicken Run.
Mm.
And if you want to know why Chicken Run is technically a Holocaust movie, tune in next week at 9 a.m. Eastern Time.
We've never done Great Escape. We need...
Yeah. Okay, there you go then. There you go then, Noodle. On the list.
Yeah. Also, tune in next week to find out why Ring is wrong. Why Ring is wrong and Chicken Run is not a Holocaust movie.
Okay.
Tune in next week to find
also,
out.
tune out to find out, on the odd chance that Ring might be right, why casting Mel Gibson doesn't stand up too well.
I'd forgotten about that.
The Great Chicken Run debate.
Yeah. Now, I will say, I will not outright say that it's meant to be a Holocaust movie. At best, I'm saying basically the addition of making making it about a chicken farm accidentally turns a Great Escape parody into a Holocaust movie.
I think I think it would probably create an allegory more similar, if you consider a chicken's function, to maybe abolitionism.
Let's not go there. Let's not go white people cannibalize. No, let's not.
That was meant mostly as a joke, to be clear, but it was one of those of I don't quite see the parallel.
I'm fully aware of that. I'm fully aware that my reaction was exactly the one you were looking for.
Yeah.
I'm saying that, but yes, let's not.
No, let's not.
And also, keep an eye out on this channel. This Friday after next, there might be something extra coming down the pipeline.
Nice. Mysterious.
Yeah.
Cool. Right, chilling wise, I've got my questionnaire. I think he's still in the chat.
Yep. Still in the doodly-doo.
If you lost anyone during lockdown and you're happy to talk about it, I need people to respond so I can learn from you. I want to help people so they don't get stuck in an 8-year cycle of vicious grief that destroys their mental health like I did. I'm trying to help people, folks. Please share widely.
And if you don't, and if it doesn't apply to you, share it because someone who it applies to might see it.
Yeah, please do share it widely. I'm doing my best. I'm trying to get information, folks. It's all for a good cause. Otherwise, to shill, what else do I have to shill this week? What do I want to shill? Don't drink. I say after 3 double gins, but drink responsibly, especially when you're talking about Thatcher.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said it after 8 cans of cider and numerous shots of dark rum.
Fucking hell. I thought I could handle it, but wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So with that, taglines.
Take care, be good, and if you can't be good, remember, use your noodle.
Chaos.
Have a day, and remember, communication is key.
Scummer.
And guys, you can keep your head on.
Take care, folks.
And remember, the purpose of a good storyteller is not to tell you how to think, but to give you questions to think on. Too often, we forget that.
Come on, Scummer, finish it off.